Hello, and welcome to Tales from the Tumbled Tankard. I am Jim, aka Argent Wind, and we are here for a brand new episode of Avress, the Shattered World. Our players are kind of ready to go here. I think we're all kind of chomping at the bit to be moving here. Um, if you're out there watching live, enjoy. Make sure to comment and say hi, and make sure you're following and subscribing, whatever the channel has for you. Um, we had our first episode of DM and D chat last Thursday. Hopefully some of you got to check that out there. We're having a new one this Thursday coming up here, talking all about campaigns. Um, Basically creating them, different kinds of campaigns, different ideas for keeping them running, and maybe even ideas for how to end them. Which is something we find out that people don't get a whole lot of. So yeah, we'll be talking about that next Thursday at 5:30 Pacific Standard Time. And with that, I think we're ready to jump into this episode here. Um, uh, Also, if you are looking for games and want to be into a game kind of like this one here, our Discord server is open for you to join in and check out our looking for group for Dungeons and Dragons games. If you want to be a dungeon master, there is a channel to set up a new D&D campaign and have players sign up and join with you. So please feel free to jump in and add to our fun that we've got going on here. Looking forward to having more DMs and more people out there enjoying the things that we do here. Um, so, uh, Not much happened last time, right? I mean, there's not a whole lot going on, is there? There.
A little bit, just a little bit of
think-
stuff
A little
going
bit.
on.
Okay.
Trevor
I
has left
think
the
the
chat.
DM has gotten hit one too many times in the head.
Trevor has left
Oh,
the
okay.
chat.
So
Not nothing.
the party, having gotten after wiping out the little village of the trolling village of Roanoke, ended up back in Port Oris, doing a lot of fact finding, finding out things, uncovering at least the very tip of the iceberg that is the cult of the Dark King, and finding out that there's a group of people that want to bring back the figure that tried to take over a good part of the world 200 years ago. And though he was defeated and struck down, there are people still wanting to continue his work or possibly even bring him back in some way. To that effect, they are starting to see, they ran into a necromancer who had a vampire assistant who had purchased a book that had secrets relating to the Dark King. Upon recovering that book and defeating the necromancer, turning him over to the Ivory Lyceum for safekeeping, and the vampire assistant fleeing into the night, the party then found out some more information, discovering that the skull of the Dark King, the one part of the Dark King that would not burn to ash like the rest of his body, had been taken by a member of the adventuring party that killed him and taken to a small town that was known as the Home of Deserters. And the party realizing that this was Craven's Rest, which has recently been renamed as Raven's Crest. But the sleepy little town where they've been using as kind of their base of operations, where they have a home and friends and family hanging out there, the party decided it needed to rush back there and make sure that everything was safe. In the process, the airship, the Sable Drake that belongs to the Crimson Hunt mercenary organization, needed to be done for repairs. They learned that some mana technicians at the airship yards had been, well, they thought, the workers there thought they had walked off the job and quit and left. It turns out it probably is not something that was done by choice. There are signs that they may have been kidnapped and taken off somewhere. Other than that, the party was able to get to, thanks to the efforts of Eldon and Trevor, being able to assist with the repairs on this ship. We got it off the ground a little ahead of schedule, or a little closer to the time they wanted to go. They took the airship, made their way back to Invarnak's tower, where they picked up a couple of automatons and another crucial piece of arcane equipment. From there, and then made the last leg of the journey toward Raven's Crest. About a day's flight from Raven's Crest, they spotted a man on the ground, fleeing, looking like he was injured potentially, from a dark cloaked figure that was in pursuit. They went down to intervene and discovered that the man that was injured, they had actually met one wood elf named Brevalor, who was part of a little group of traveling herbalists or apothecaries um, that they had encountered at during one of their trips back and forth to the big city. A bit of a tense encounter there, but they left on okay terms. But it turns out that Brevalor had been shot, and the person that shot him, none other than Trevor's older brother, who Trevor has been on the hunt for the crime of allegedly killing their parents. Some information was after a tense standoff and some exchanged gunfire that was eventually put down. They did learn that Trevor's brother, Sebastian, was actually on the hunt for the people that he said that actually did kill his parents or were responsible for their parents' death. A group of traveling apothecaries, which sounded a lot like Brevalor. They managed to at least somewhat straighten things out, at least keep the peace there to find out some more information and make their way to Raven's Crest there, landing the airship and getting inside. Around that time, sometime during those travels, they also got an emergency message from Elia to Amethyst that something had indeed been stolen from the Temple of Rest. And as the party landed, they rushed off to the temple to see what it was, and it was not the skull of the Dark King, luckily, but it was a extremely valuable relic of the temple known as the Raven's Eye, a black diamond. Very, very important component of very powerful magics that would be done, divine magics done by the church. And as the party is still at the temple, we open inside the Temple of Rest, where the party is speaking with the High Priestess Streva, learning that the place of the scepter in the altar had been tampered with and opened up by someone obviously with some skill, and the Raven's Eye was removed from that place. The only clue that they had as last session came to a close was a drawing from Streva's son of the footprint that he found in the dust in the dirt in the temple, around the temple there, of a footprint that looked very similar to footprints that Eldon had seen at the home of the missing mana technicians, a goblin footprint. And we pick up. Oh, and one other little thing here. During the tense standoff there, we learned that Trevor is not alone in his head. There is some entity known as Lucia speaking with him. And this has come out as well. So we pick up at the temple with all of this information and all of these things going on here. And group here, what do you do?
Okay. So, not good. Diamond is missing. Give me one moment, please. I do want to see if there is any more. Yes, I'm going to ritually cast Detect Magic. I want to see if there's anything invisible, like,
Okay.
So, bloop. I take out the cog that has all of the runes written on the outside of it. I spin it as I start gathering up the magical energy. And
I think that we should try and search the rest of the temple, because whoever stole the diamond might still be here looking for the skull.
Yes.
So Streva, who's still there with you, Streva and her son are still there. What skull are you looking for? I'm not sure I understand exactly what you mean.
I would have said that telepathically, because
okay, fine.
I'm trying to be really careful, and I don't want Trevor having much information at the moment, because I'm terrified of whoever is in him knowing stuff and who they might be. I don't know.
Okay.
Yes.
Scary.
Give me just a moment, and I will finish casting
So,
this.
well, Eldon's even casting his detect magic here. What are the rest? Do you want to? So, you want to rest? You want to spread out and search the church, the temple at all? Or what's your plan?
I will
Okay.
say out loud that I think we should search the temple, but the skull thing I will hold back.
Okay. All right. So, give me investigation checks for searching around there, or perception if you're just kind of like walking around, glancing at things, and whichever's higher for you. So, investigation or perception, either one.
Lucas' last trade.
And that's a nat 20.
What's the oldest part of the temple?
Oh, well, wow. Okay.
Right off the bat.
Nice.
Those are some high
Okay.
rolls. Holy crap.
And who was the guidance there? Was that the D4? Was that Eldon? Well, Eldon, you're still casting here. We'll come back to you in a moment here. But yeah, keep that roll for now.
I'm saying after I get done with this, then I'm going to be assisting with the.
And before I jump into what people are finding here and answering questions here, Lucas, do you still have the guidance on your Manatech bracer?
Yeah, I use that all the time.
Okay. Oh yeah, it's there. I see it. I see it added in there. Cool. All right. So asking Strava what the oldest part of the temple is. The original this structure we're in right now, pointing to where the actual like the altar and the kind of the for lack of a better term, pews and everything else where people would gather. She doesn't do sermons and things like that. It's mostly just where people can meet and talk if they want to spend time there communing with the Raven Queen. Or actually, the original shrine that was here was not is no longer here itself, but the tower portion over there is the site of where that original shrine was. And she points to the structure, and let's switch you guys over to the Craven's Rest map, so you can kind of see. There's this blocky tower on the end of the structure here. So if you're seeing that, let me just make sure we're all over here where the Temple of Rest is. The tower end of it is the older part. Everything else has been built out from there. And when you look at the tower, with those rolls, yeah, the natural 20, the 24, the 27, and the dirty 20 there. So I would just say you're kind of like looking around, seeing the iconography, and kind of feeling the sense of peace that's here. This is kind of the temple. The actual name of this place is the Temple of Eternal Rest, as it is dedicated to the goddess of death and moving on to the next world. So you're kind of settling into the peaceful aura, even though things have been so hectic and haywire. The rest of you, as you branch out, Trevor, we'll just say
Yes.
you catch something that's a little strange looking up at the altar itself where the thing was there. Eldon had kind of been picking around there, but you're looking up there as well. You will see that there's actually a little bit of a strange smear, almost like a around the edge of where the scepter was kept, where the Raven's Eye was kept. It's on the edge of it there. There's a little strange smear, and when you kind of look in closer at there's an odd kind of pungent smell coming from that.
Okay. Well,
You don't quite recognize what the smell is exactly. You're not sure how long it's been there, but it's faint at this point, but it's definitely still noticeable as you get there. Obviously, the altar itself has been cleaned, but it's on the edge, kind of the inside lip
what color
of
is
the
it?
of. It's just sort of it's sort of clear. It's almost like a grease smear.
Okay.
It's not really a specific color. It's just you just see a little discoloration on the side there. When you look into it, it's weird, pungent smell that you don't really recognize it specifically yet, but it's something you definitely track and take note of. You will also catch something that's interesting in that you have to. I mean, the altar is. I mean, it's almost chin level for you. So you're having to kind of boost up there and look. And you realize there's a little, actually, there is a little like a step stool kind of thing that's kind of tucked underneath the altar there where someone could step up and kind of raise themselves up there. And even Strava might use it to kind of like stand up higher on the altar behind there to look out at people. You will catch also that there's a little bit of a smudge of dirt on the footstool that matches kind of the same general shape of the footprints. So you're thinking that probably the goblin had to pull that out there and get up there and maybe let that behind sort of a grease smear of some kind. So a couple of clues there that you kind of track at least around the altar itself. As you move through, you will take note. We'll just go next here. Eldon, you are fairly certain that whoever moved through here did so very carefully. They didn't leave. They didn't mess things up. They didn't they didn't ransack the place. Obviously, they did a good job of kind of picking things over and not making a mess, not leaving a lot of tracks and information behind that you could find there. You will check that um, there is a deadbolt, like a sliding like bolt on the door for when no one's here. They do close it up at times, and it's not open all the time, but essentially only when Strava or her son or maybe an assistant, if there's anybody like that around. But there is a sliding bolt in place. So either someone was here or they found some other way in to this place when they came in and did this. So that indicates a couple of things to you based on your little intellect flying around there is either they got inside here and hid when people were here and then did their work after someone was gone, or they managed to find a way in when the place was closed down. Okay. Amethyst, you will track that there is another entrance into the back that goes out into the cemetery area. And that one definitely has a little bit less of a lock than the front entrance there. I mean, there's sort of a lock there, but it's one of those things like kind of a little deadbolt kind of lock on the back door going out that way. So that may be a way in and out. It's not so much. The main door has that big like throat, like big bolt, like the actual the giant kind of crossbar thing that would close the door there. But the back lock maybe isn't quite as strong. And as you guys make your way into the oldest part there, Lucas, you will spot there is in this like the square stone chamber. This actually is stone, where the rest of the building is wood, and it doesn't quite match architecturally and everything else like that. But this was built up off of something there, and when you were here to pick up Reese, you were told that the first floor is where they kind of deal with the most injured patients and everything else. If somebody's brought in that needs treatment of some kind, there are some little like fold away cot type things. It's not like a full like triage room or anything else there, but there's some fold away cots that are tucked away in the sides of the walls there, and a couple of little like a little storage cabinet for like bandages and things like that and else. But in the back part of the center of the room there is a stone in the floor that doesn't quite match the rest. It's a darker gray of stone there. And you realize that looking at it, that it's also much older stone. It's much more worn than the stones all around it. Like this stone was here, and they built the rest of the stone floor around that stone. And it's maybe about 2 feet by maybe a foot or so, and the rest are smaller stones around it as well. So the size of the stone and the coloration of the stone there is definitely different there. There's no markings on it per se that you can see, but you do take note of that. It's a little off center. It's not directly in the center. It's a little bit further past the center of the room there. So something you definitely take note of.
My detect
Your-
magic.
Your deck does come up. And there's some basic Manatech type things. Some of the lighting in here is either Manatech or continual flame or something like that. So you do catch those there. There's some general aura of it. Yes, there's a lot of divine magics that have taken place here. there aren't any that are currently going strongly, but there's lingering traces of divine magics that have been done here over the course of decades, if not centuries. You definitely catch a lot of that. A lot of healing type things, a lot of radiant type magics, a lot of transmutation, even forms of like forms of necromancy in terms of like obviously like uh, things that would prevent undead, not so much create undead. So definitely those kind of lingering traces are out there, but nothing's currently going on. And checking out in the room there is no magic in the floor. There's no magic in the walls. There's no sigils or seals anywhere that you can sense. Looking at the altar where the Raven's Eye was kept there, those probably were magical sigils to keep that. So it was a physical lock and magical locks that have both been tripped, both been essentially disabled. Other than that, no other forms of magic that's standing out to you, unless you're looking for something specific. So Strava is just sort of like watching all this happen here. Really, what is going on? I mean, obviously, with the Ravens I go on, I cannot do certain things. Even my commune rituals, while I can do commune still, the Raven's Eye was very much a part of what makes those rituals more accurate and stronger. So I do a weekly commune with the Raven Queen, and this happened. Well, and so let me switch over to the calendar real quick to make sure the timing of this is correct.
I am really wondering if we should take Trevor back to the house and, we've got a cage, right? Before we go any further, because I'm really worried about sensitive information being passed on to God knows who.
Is she making this clear to me?
What?
Is she making this clear to Trevor?
I mean, yeah.
All right. And is Seb there with us still?
I think you left. I think you guys left him at the ship there, and
Yeah,
so
we left him and the other
and Brevalor up at the ship there, and so
yes.
I guess the plan would have been to go back and kind of unload and get them off there and kind of get things settled. So you guys kind of raced in here, leaving them behind there. So
maybe we can take them back to the house and leave Trevor there with them to watch them.
Mr. Trevor.
I'm really worried about finding anything and not wanting him to know because I don't know who's in there and stuff. This is really stressful.
Go ahead, Eldon.
Yes. Can you be trusted? Right
Nope.
now?
Did you say nope?
That's what I said.
Okay.
Because clearly you all don't trust me, and frankly, you have reasons not to.
There's no reason why we don't trust you. We do trust you and we love you. You are one of us. You're our family. But right now, someone is in there. And then the way that I didn't trust myself when I thought there was a chance that Wraith could be listening or seeing us, I don't trust whatever is in you right now until I know who they are and what the hell they want and who sent them or whatever. I can't.
Well, let's find this out right now and right here. So any squalms are crushed right here and now. Because if I'm going to continue to venture with you and not go out and branch out on my own, then we're going to get to the bottom of this all together now. Lucia,
Okay.
Can you hear me?
I think you'll find out when you're in this place. Lucia is very quiet.
Oh.
So
That tells me she's
you're-
evil.
Well,
She's definitely not evil. Had she had a chance, she would have shown me by now. Because I myself I've not strayed from nefarious ways multiple occasions. But if she ever does anything to hurt one of us again, like she did with Eldon, whether Eldon pulled that from her or not, Lucia will never have a way in my mind again, one way or another.
But
It makes
are
no
you
mistake.
gonna tell us that she's quiet right now, that you can't really hear her?
I would well, obviously, like if she hasn't said anything yet, I wouldn't say that she has.
Yeah, it's so much that it's a
So I
little
mean, yeah, no.
that she's being blocked or that she just isn't talking right now. She's just stayed quiet.
Right.
Pretty much ever since that you kind of that all kind of came out there, she just kind of clammed up.
But you don't know who she is, right?
I know her name.
And you know what we're about to do is something that's really sensitive and really, really important that it doesn't get into the wrong hands.
Well, here's the thing. Lucia, as far as I know, has no means to contact anyone else but me. So as far as what she knows, I really don't see a way that it could get out. Now, that doesn't mean it can't, but as far as I know, it can't. And when I do, go ahead.
Is she inside you, or is she somewhere else projecting to you? Is she
I can't tell you what
working for somebody? Is she feeding back information to
that
someone?
was like 17 questions. So
I know, but these I've got more. I have so many.
So let's ask one at a time, and I'll answer to you as honestly as I can.
Who is she?
No clue, other than the fact that name's Lucia.
So I will say this one thing: as there will be a voice that it's sort of strained at the moment here. It's like, can we take this outside, Trevor?
I don't see why are you so afraid to talk here.
It's uncomfortable.
Like you've made it with me, with my whole entire family we got right here. Yeah, let's go outside and talk.
What's she saying? Why does she want to go outside?
I have no clue, but we're about to find out together, aren't we?
No. If she goes outside, she's stronger when she's outside. That means she's not as strong as
she's talking to me. She is talking to me right now.
Well, this is a place of purity, though, and if she's scared to talk here, that means to me that there's some evil going on.
Aren't you a little bit uncomfortable here yourself?
Me? No. Why would I be uncomfortable?
Just a thought. I'm a little uncomfortable myself. I start looking around, up and over me.
I mean, it is a very quiet temple dedicated to the goddess of death.
Right.
I
So
mean, there's that.
Isn't this one of your imaginary friends' temples?
That would be mine.
Yeah, Eldon will point to Sora. I mean,
well, no, like I said, when I say imaginary friends, it's basing it off of what Amethyst has said in the past.
I mean, the gods are real, obviously.
Well, Trevor very much knows they are. That's the thing.
I mean, we do need to search to make sure that there is no one here, and then maybe we have that conversation, and then maybe we search for the object.
Eldon, I could not agree more. Let's finish our business at hand. It's not me trying to get out of what the questions that you have, Amethyst, as I'm sure Eldon has some questions for me as well, maybe even Lucas and Sora. You all can continue to be mad at me, as I'm sure you will, but you will know it's still me.
We're not mad at you. We're worried about you. We're scared about what is in you. But what I'm going to ask you now, so that we don't have to actually take any measures into our own hands regarding this whole situation, would you be willing to go grab your brother and brother-in-law and go back to our place and stay with them while we just search here?
I think it's better that we keep him here with us.
But then whoever is in
first
him
of all,
will find out. If we do find anything, they'll find out where it is.
Well, it seems to me you all are in conflict of what you want to be done on my end.
For example, do you know that it's not the vampire that's in your head right now?
No, she's
Absolutely
been in
not.
my head much longer.
Yeah.
And keep in mind, until recently, she has not said anything to me besides not giving up her name, which I've clearly done already. She has not told me anything negative. She has not told me. And you, Pierre, the one time I'm asking you if you want to get in my thoughts with permission, this is the time to do it.
Well, we did attempt to do that, and I would like to preserve my spells due to if anything else happens this evening. Yes.
I would agree, Eldon, but I will say this much. If she ever intentionally or unintentionally hurts one of you again, or so much as tries, I guarantee you she won't have a presence here anymore.
If she's weaker in here, though, we might benefit from trying
She's
whilst we're
not
in here.
weaker. She does not have the power you think she does. She is nothing more than a voice in my head.
You don't
I
know
acted
that.
on those actions.
You know who she is.
I just told you who she was. Her name's Lucia. She clearly doesn't want to talk in here. I'm not going to press that. Lucy, would you like to say anything else?
I can speak with them, but I would need to be able to do it not
What's your
here.
qualms about the Raven Queen?
I will explain it all if we're outside. I can't do what I... Okay, Trevor,
Continue.
with your consent, I can talk to them,
You
but
may.
I can't do it in here.
All right. You all want to talk to this one? Amethyst, Eldon?
Yeah, sure.
She will talk to you now, but it has to be outside. So, what I suggest is this. We continue our task at hand in here, because clearly there's something of interest in here, and we're going to find it.
No.
Now-
No.
Then what do you want us to do?
I don't want her knowing where it is. If we find it, I don't want her knowing.
Let's search the premises, make sure there is no one else here. Yes, and then
No, I'm
we go
assuming
outside.
if you can detect thoughts, that she could probably detect mine too. So I really don't. Actually,
That's why I don't want you to know.
you're going to see my hand grip a little bit more,
Mm-hmm.
and you start seeing me get angry, obviously, at the situation. And I'm gonna message you right now, Dim, before this happens, because I don't want to,
Sure. I will say what before you're doing that there. Those of you that have been, you get rolled some really high investigation checks there. You are certain there's nobody hiding in here. There is no place that anyone would be hiding that you hadn't poked into or found or anything else like that, unless someone's extremely good or somehow managing to be. Because even, I mean, detect invisibility is going to spot someone who's would spot the invisibility, not maybe not the person, but at least spell being cast or having been cast. And there's definitely nobody invisible hiding in here. There's nobody. Okay. There's nothing that you can see in terms of like someone like hiding in the sides or anything like that. It's not really okay. It's not really like there's not really a lot of places that you could hide here, really. Looking around. So unless someone's able to be invisible up in the rafters and you look around, there's no one in here. So you're fairly certain, based on your investigation checks, that nobody's here. Trevor, that does. The moment you do that, there's a faint absence. So you just sort of like see that see that something there changes.
I'll start saying in my head, in my own head, not telepathically, just in my own head, calling out to her.
Nope.
Nothing? All right.
Nothing.
All right. Let's continue this task at hand. She's not going to be able to say anything or hear anything at this point. Let's put it this way. You can trust me or not, but I have things well in hand as of now. She cannot hear you. She cannot hear me. She cannot talk to me. I figured out a way.
How?
I really wish I could tell you that right now, Lucas.
Well, how can we trust you?
Then don't. Frankly, I'm tired of trying to earn my trust with this group. I've done nothing but risk my life for everyone, just like as you all have done with me multiple times. If that's not trust, I don't know what is.
Again, it's not you we don't trust. It's whoever she is.
I can block her. You're just going to have to take my word for that.
How do you do that? Tell me.
Actually, I will say this. Eldon, give me a perception check.
Ooh. Guidance.
Sure. Yes, Trevor did cast some sort of a little spell there. His Manatech gauntlet did flare up there because you were actively looking for magical things there, so he did something.
Yep.
Yes.
And you know what his Manatech is. It's the wrist pocket.
So Do I know Eldon's done this yet or not?
I mean,
I
Eldon's like
did
looking around.
notice.
He's detect
Yeah.
magic there, so if he's, I mean, unless you want
I
to make an
have
insight check, or Eldon's trying to like not make it known
I
what he's
have
doing.
If he's hiding it, then that's fine. But if he's not, then I'll answer him.
the cog like up in my face, like looking through the hollow part, like looking all around, looking through. Well, just to calm everyone, he did just activate his Manitech item. Yes.
I don't see how that's going to calm anyone down, Eldon. But continue.
Well, I mean, obviously, you are not being. We did ask specific question, and you said just to trust you, and we do trust you. We do not trust the.
Ask me again, Eldon.
Being well,
ask me again, Eldon.
How he just silenced her was by throwing her in an extra dimensional plane of existence, controlled by the spell wrist. Yes.
That is actually pretty fucking accurate.
What was the item that you put in there?
Now that's the question I think you already know.
The coin.
But
thank
coin. You, Lucas. This whole time, of course, it's been the coin.
But
know this. I have been and always will be in control. What I wanted to do when I did that, I have revenge and anger on my mind. Now, she did help encourage that. I will agree to that. But I am in and have always been in control of what I do. And above talk, that means there's no save. There's no save he made me do to do those actions. That was something Trevor, Now, you all can believe that or not, but frankly, if this whole thing buries and I'm not giving up that coin. It saved us too many times. It saved me too many times. And you see now, at any given time, I can make that coin either go away or come back.
Can we not find more information about the coin before you start carrying it around again?
Already, Lucas or somebody definitely detected everything about it. And all you guys tried to do, all you guys could see at the point, that was just a really, really good platinum coin.
Yes,
so
I did cast.
You're not going to be able to find out anything on it, I don't think.
We know what the coin is. The coin is one of the items that the Dark King gave to his most trusted servants.
Generals, yeah, exactly. So that could be one of them. That could be one of the Dark King's most trusted generals speaking to you in your head.
Jim, where was the gem stolen from?
What gem? Oh, from the altar. There was a scepter in the altar, a little recess thing that the Eldon spotted. So yes, there was a little locked section of the altar there, a little section there that was opened up, and a little velvet lined depression there where it was kept.
So what I can say is this: she is gone for now until I choose for her not to be. When you all are ready to have that conversation, then feel free to let me know.
I'm not ready to trust you until you can let her go.
So right there,
that coin needs to not be here. There is something really, really bad.
Out of curiosity,
you just
would you be willing to put it into my bag of holding? As it is also an extra dimensional plane of existence.
You guys know that if I don't have that coin, a lot can go south. But Eldon, let me ask you this, Jim. What I'm in control of my thoughts towards that coin, correct? Like there's nothing saying that, that's making me want to not give it up besides the power it gives me and the luck it gives me. Like there's nothing of free will that I don't have, right?
You're not making saves. No.
Now, this being said, Eldon, she is contained. She is already in a pocket dimension. If you all don't want me to bring her back out, I won't. Now, that implies, Amethyst, and I'm looking at you very heavily on this, you literally just said that you do trust me. It's her you don't trust. And you literally just now and only now said that you don't trust me. I never said I wouldn't give up that coin yet, one way or another. Do I want to? Absolutely not.
But now that we know the potential danger of somebody who probably is interested in bringing him back, and we're trying to prevent that from happening. This is what I mean about sensitive information, the sensitive information that's potentially here.
I would love to answer all these questions, and she's willing to do so, but only out of this temple. You ask all the questions to her you all want, and we'll decide where to go from there. If she's what you say she is, I will melt that coin down right now. If she's not trying to help us, and you don't trust her after this conversation, we will go to the greatest mountain, a certain, volcano, and toss it in. Or I'm
Okay.
sure Eldon has several ways to melt it down. I'm sure he would like nothing more. But first, that conversation does need to happen, because now it had my attention. Now you have my curiosity.
So let's go outside and go and have a chat with her.
Let's do that.
Are we done in here? Like we've looked around, we've done all we could do.
I'm
Okay.
gonna stand in the doorway though while we're. So I'm
Right,
not
so-
actually leaving the
So you
temple.
guys head out the front door over here. So you kind of have, I mean, it is nighttime. You guys came in at night, and the landing area south of town was all lit up there, and you guys landed there. It's probably around 8:30, 9 o'clock at night. And one thing to realize too is that you're kind of looking around as you check things out here. Oh, we lost somebody. Oh, lost Bernie.
Oh no.
Oh, come right back. Come
Bernie's-
right back.
Bernie's
Okay.
Discord's just frozen. It's just restarting.
I see.
Yeah, sorry.
And, okay, we're back. Good. All right. So as you step outside, one thing you realize is that this is the month of cold, Wayne, and getting toward the end here. Things are warming up. There wasn't any snow on the way here. The ground's a little bit slushy. There's most of the snow is starting to melt off of everything here. It's actually only a couple weeks till spring, till the official start of spring. So you're definitely in and so as you step outside there, it's a little bit warmer. You're not seeing your breath quite as much as as you've been used to the last few months anyway. And there are a few people sort of like meandering around, but nobody's like looking in your direction or coming up to you at the moment there. So you have the area out in front of the temple there to yourself.
Jim, Lucas is gonna ask Straver, has she cast any locate to try and find a
Yes,
gem?
Straver went to the graveyard.
Well, I mean, you saw where she stepped out there. So
Yeah.
at some point during all this, she was in the area. You could have asked her there. So we'll just say that. No, I was not able to ascertain the exact location of it. It was uncertain at best. It was not in the range of my because locate object only is like 1,000 feet. So it's like if it's nearby, she would have spotted it. But I unfortunately did not know it was. I didn't identify. I have no idea when it was taken. Based on as I said, I don't often use it because it's only used for the most powerful rituals and such that we conduct here. I actually discovered it missing only a couple of days ago. So and that's about when Elia messaged you it was 2 days ago that it was gone as you were on your way here. So yeah, so none of the magics that I had, I could cast a commune to see if I can find out more information about where it is, but those are typically very vague answers. I can prepare for something like that. Actually, the Raven's Eye allowed me to get more accurate and more elaborate answers if I used it as part of the ritual. So with it gone, it would be more vague things, yes or no to questions or sensations or feelings. But I can definitely prep for something like that to find out more information.
Be helpful.
If you have specific, if you think of specific questions, let me know. I can set up the commune and do that when you're ready. So keep that in mind. I will make the preparations for that. If you want to do this tonight or if you want to do this tomorrow, I can do either way. Just let me know.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we will do this tonight. We are going to have a quick discussion.
I get the feeling
outside
nothing about
of the
this is
temple.
going to be quick.
And then we shall come back and begin that process. Yes.
Perfect. I will be here then. I will wait. And so you guys are now. So we've got back to the front of the temple. There, you're out on the street there. And yeah. So what do you want to do?
I'm
Trevor, you want
already
to bring the coin
outside.
back?
I'm
Okay.
already outside waiting on them.
Okay. Yeah. This was all like some of this was happening while you guys were talking inside there because Lucas wasn't really part of the conversation. So you kind of prepped this out there. So you're all outside there and they're kind of waiting. What
Mm-hmm.
do you do?
I pop it back out.
Okay. So, and the second comes back there. You actually do sort of get a bit of a huff of, I mean, don't want to be silenced like that, but
Yes,
all
you've
right
been
then.
silenced a few times now, haven't you? That just goes to show you who is in control. My friends here are going to ask you some questions, and you are going to answer them honestly.
Excuse me, please. I'll do as you wish. But let's not be. Oh, we lost. I went again. Okay, we'll just pause just a moment here.
I just
Um,
need you to know you can take that however you want. Don't get testy, Lucia. What I will say is this: they're in control of your fate right now.
hmm,
They're not hearing this part, by the way.
right. Um, careful there, Trevor. I don't want you to think that you have more power than you actually do. But we'll go with that route now. Part of your bravado is what I just love, but I just want to caution you for going too far.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so so I can speak with them as I said before, but I'll need your consent. This might be a little strange.
Okay, she needs my consent to talk to you. I don't know what that means. So I'm going to need your consent for me to give her consent. Because I don't know what's about to happen, but I can promise you it's going to be entertaining.
I will give you consent to give her consent if she consents to it.
Okay, well, I'll consent that you consent if I give you her consent for your consent.
So all the consent in the world has happened here. We're all good.
So
Excellent.
I'll pop.
So
Yeah.
okay. So as Trevor, you take the coins in your hand there. You guys will see something you never thought you would see.
Detect magic is still so up, by the way.
Sure, yeah, and there's definitely, let's see, what would be the best. There's definitely a sense of what magic would this even be?
You made
Probably.
it, man.
Well, it's like a bit of transmutation, maybe. This is something is happening here. It's definitely an extraplanar sense of this magic that starts up here. Trevor, first off, nothing really changes from your point of view, except for sort of your body sort of goes numb. And you all see Trevor sort of like it's like he's very much a like no nonsense, very efficient in his movements, very standing all quick, always quick and ready. In that sort of that gunslinger stance kind of thing, like that. Well, Trevor just starts to sway side to side slightly, and like moving in a way you've never seen Trevor move before. And one hand sort of rests on the hips, rests on one hip. And as you look at him, a second set of red glowing eyes appears over his. They don't open, they're not in his flesh. They just sort of like appear hovering over his eyes. Trevor, you can still see, you can still hear, but you can't and you realize that you can speak, but your body isn't quite under your control at the moment.
I may. Lucia.
Hello, darlings. I want to say your mistrust of Trevor is understandable. And rather than making all of this more difficult than it really needs to be, I can speak to you, hopefully put your mind at rest on a few things. So, please, ask your questions. I am Lucia.
That's your name, but who are you?
I am someone bound in ways I do not wish to be bound. And who is far from their home.
Who bound you?
I think you know. The Dark King did.
So you're
That
not
damnable coin.
trying to help him?
Dear, I was stuck in a wall safe for 200 years. I can't help anyone.
A wall safe?
My first vision for over 200 years was all of you, as Trevor took up my coin. And you realize the platinum coin that Trevor took from the safe in Varnek's tower.
Yeah.
Is what she
I
speaks
think that. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, Lucas pointed that out.
Several questions, actually, which, I mean, I'm sure
boy.
that we all
Oh,
do,
boy.
in fact, have them.
Of course. Slow down.
Get your
Take a deep
drinks.
breath, and one at a time. Give me a chance to answer. I've seen a bit of how you interrogate, and I wish to answer those questions, of course, to the best of my ability. I will say this one thing before you begin here. I vow to you at the moment. I vow to you as of now that as long as this conversation takes place, Trevor will be reverted back to normal as soon as our conversation is done, and you're satisfied. I vow that I will speak only the truth, although I do reserve the judgment whether or not I wish to answer something. And there are some things that unfortunately I can't answer, not fully.
I'm so bad at these, but I want to be insight checking like every other word.
I will say this: that does give you a bit of a clue. There's a couple of clues here. Those of you with Arcana, go ahead and give me an Arcana check.
Guidance.
Sure. This is definitely about an extraplanar origin person here. So if you have any, okay, Lucas, that's good. Held on, pretty good. Okay.
I can do Zone of Truth if you want me to.
How can you zone truth her? She's not.
Yeah, you're not sure how well it would work, but I mean, it's something you could
not
definitely
a body.
try.
I mean, go for it. But yeah.
Yes.
Actually, I do have an idea.
So what's weird is that when Trevor speaks, like when she's speaking with through Trevor's. His mouth moves something else when she's speaking. Then Trevor's voice comes out as he speaks. Like they're almost taking turns speaking.
Very disconcerting, you all, and I would like this to end immediately.
Oh, please, Trevor, you're just fine.
Yes, ma'am.
You don't have any intentions of harming Trevor.
Absolutely not. I must be very. I am very, very grateful to Trevor for helping me leave that place. I was trapped there for so long, and I don't wish to be placed anywhere like that again. And I can see that you all may be working toward a way that I will never have to be bound any longer.
Hope so.
And with that, with this and this one is interesting because the Trevor's sort of looking at all of you. The second set of red eyes turn to Lucas. So the eyes kind of like turn, even though and it kind of looked directly at Lucas when it said about releasing the bindings.
Creepy.
So
it is kind of
yes. You are very intriguing. Number one. So let us start from the beginning. Yes. Where is your home?
Oh, well, I'm from the Hells, of course.
Yes, I was gathering. What species?
So Lucas, with a 24, and I'll just say, and even Eldon, the Hells there, you realize that lawful evil. They give their word. There's a binding. So typically the Hells are places where devils are from, and they are definitely they will tell the truth if they tell you they're going to tell the truth. They will deceive, but if they vow to do something, it will be done. Lucas, you put it together here in a heartbeat. The way she's speaking, the way that Trevor's body is moving, succubus, absolutely.
Sucky what?
Ah.
Do I know that she's evil?
Well, probably not. You don't know much about there. You do so that
Yeah,
when
I
she
didn't
says that
roll
she's
because
from.
I don't have Arcana.
Well, when she says she's from the Hells, I mean, you know the Hells are a place of evil.
Yeah, Sora's gripping her hammer.
Of course.
It's stowed, but it's gripped like hard.
Yeah. Well, I expect that. And one thing, Sora. Yeah. So yeah. So you would know anything from the Hells is going to be evil in nature. You don't know much about the nature of evil and the full cosmological ramifications of that, but there is that.
Evil is evil.
Sure.
So you were one of the Dark King's allies at one time?
Not willingly. I was bound into his service and
Right.
asked to help influence people in various ways. That's more my specialty. I am the mistress of twisted fortune.
Right. And then the he bound you in the coin?
I don't understand the whole how it was done, unfortunately. I know the coins are somehow how we are bound to this mortal plane, and whoever holds the coins, we are able to speak with them and potentially assist them in ways. That's more of what we're talking about here. But then again, how we do these things are really our choice.
So if we find a way of unbinding you, you'll go back.
Oh, absolutely.
No, Amethyst, you missed that. She said we and coins, plural. There's
Yeah,
more than one of her.
no, the coins were all given to his trusted allies in the big war thing that happened.
That's what I'm
I
saying, though. Like, there's more than one of these entities with other peoples.
Yeah, he bound devils and demons into servitude to fight in the Great War.
Yes.
I don't know how many coins there were. You didn't ask, but I will volunteer this. I don't know how many coins there were. I do know of a few. Um, Amethyst. I suspect that. Now I'm trying to think here. Yes. Amethyst, a little bit of information that you've gotten occasionally, and it's come up at some point here. Trevor's been around for that.
2
so
seconds.
She's been around for that. Sure.
Okay.
I think I may know a bit about. Well, understand. One of the coins was bound to a pit fiend known as Trexiok.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, of course. I can confirm that I do know that a coin there, and Trexiok is a terrible, terrible person. It's a bit fun at times, but terrible.
Yeah, he was the demon. Was he a demon? I think.
Devil. He's a devil.
Okay.
Pit fiend's a devil.
A devil. A devil.
There is a difference, Amethyst, between devils and demons.
He was the one
absolutely.
that held. I don't really know much about them, but I know he was the one that held the Soul Reaver weapon that killed the king. That I then had part of his soul in me, and so did my my linked companions.
I think that's very much so. Whoever holds Trexiok's coin, he's a bit more, let's just say, demanding of the people that he serves.
Do you know who has it?
I don't, unfortunately. Um,
Do we know? I might know.
you might suspect, but you don't know for sure.
Oh,
Actually, I don't think you know. For one thing, two, you're not sure the timing of things, but she's been trapped almost as long as the prince has been dead. So you're not sure when she was put in the safe by Varnak. but she did say 200 years, and the prince was killed about 200 years ago, somewhere in there.
I've
So
got a feeling
she
this
may
is
not know exactly. Yeah.
the thing that
So
Wraith has a
Um,
connection with.
if he does, and I apologize, I did overhear some of this. This Wraith person very likely has the coin of Zathor. He is a demon, and a shadow demon specifically.
That makes sense.
and is most unfortunate. So back to I have just so many questions. This may be a longer conversation.
As I said.
Yes. So several. Yes, we now know where you are from. So let us speak of intentions. Yes. What are your immediate and future goals?
Well, at this point, I'm doing my utmost to assist the bearer of my coin. As I mentioned before, that's what you're supposed to do. And in the fact that after spending so long locked away, I'm very happy to finally be where I can see the sky again. And I will do what I can to assist Trevor.
Now I
as-
have a question for you, Lucia.
Okay, yes, of course.
Then why were your intentions to try to get me to make decisions, whether I wanted to do them or not? Only here recently you've made two.
Trevor, I understand. I know your feelings. I know that you really wanted to, so I just encourage you to act on your feelings.
Only those two times, though, when it was going to be detriment to someone's life? And never before.
I mean, Trevor, this is a very pivotal time. I know for a fact that you wanted to kill Brevilo. It was all over your mind, and just you were so eager to do it.
Had I
And your
fished,
brother, you've been so obsessed with hunting down your brother that it's a chance.
my theory was right about your intentions on that, like I told them. So that just makes me right in my assumption. And I know this was your opportunity to ask them questions, by the way, guys. I do want to apologize for that, but I have one more.
Of course, yes.
I forgot it.
And the conversation goes back and forth.
Literally,
between Trevor
I
and Lucia.
100% this
Literally,
is so weird.
You,
'cause, like,
you see Trevor talking, and then Lucia using Trevor to talk, and then back and forth. So it's only Trevor's having a conversation with
I'm
himself.
literally
in two different
Gollum
voices.
right now. Like,
You can talk to her anytime though, can't you?
yeah, I can. Yeah, I can. I think. Yeah. I
Right
can.
now, I think
So-
I don't always
it's important
answer,
that we
of course.
So
find out
what-
what's going on.
I have one question, and I think that
course,
would be
Liz.
all I needed. What makes you choose one over the other?
One over the other what?
Why choose Baylor over his brother? He
Oh, I
had
told you-
this feeling to kill his brother, but
Oh.
instead shot the other guy.
Oh, because I can't force him to do anything.
No, that
I
was like-
suggested to kill both of
So-
them. He only acted on the one of them.
So then the action to shoot the other unarmed, innocent person that we knew of
Was Trevor.
was Trevor, not you.
I've
Yeah.
literally said that this entire time, so and you've said nothing until now.
I wasn't there until now.
No, there was.
She-
There was she gone both times?
She stepped
'Cause
away. She stepped
okay.
away.
I
on that,
was-
yeah.
Gone.
She
After
stepped away
the
so she
beautiful-
didn't actually
Right,
kill
no,
you.
okay.
Yeah, she
Yeah,
actually
Sora was
left the deck
so
of the
mad.
ship.
Sort
Yeah,
of.
Sora was so mad. She left the deck of the ship and she disrobed and put her weapon down because she was afraid she was going to attack you, and she
Sort
did
of
not want to
one more
attack a party
threat,
member.
and I'm going to let you do it. You want to do
That's-
it? Do it right now.
No,
I'll
That's not
immediately
how that
take-
works. That's
I'll-
not
like,
how that
'cause-
works.
And it's not even him threatening, by the way. It's literally like he starts like taking.
Trevor,
like-
you can't move.
oh yeah, you're
You
right.
don't have control
Yeah.
over your
So
body.
anyway.
So yeah.
Anyway.
So yeah. So at this point, it's still Lucia in charge of the body. It's so you can still speak. So, yeah.
So,
So-
Lucia,
Yes. Cool.
how do you feel about this vampire necromancer wraith situation where they want to bring him back?
I don't want to serve that man. He's insane. He did this against my will. I didn't want to be here. I didn't want to do this.
So will
I
you
mean,
help us
I
stop him?
I won't say I didn't have some fun along the way, but no, I don't want to be bound in anyone's service like this. So if I can help, well, I think I will do so. Yes.
Okay.
Do you have access to your magical abilities other
No,
than
I do
just
not.
the? Okay. Well, there
No,
we
I do
go.
not. I have essentially, well, I choose not to. Let's just say that. In order to do that, I would have to actually continue, and she gestures to Trevor right now. I would have to do more than just this, and I don't want to do that.
I don't think we want you to do that either.
Yes.
For what it's worth, I for one definitely don't want her to either.
So, with that in mind, if we can find a way of unbinding you, then we will do it. But for the time being, I think that we need to try to stop the Dark King from being resurrected as soon as physically possible.
Yes, I don't think since I want to be unbound, if he were to come back, it would definitely not lead to that conclusion.
Absolutely. And then we'd all have to kill you anyway. So that would be unfortunate.
I will offer up one thing to assuage your fears from before. I cannot communicate with any of the other coins, or their bearers, or the beings bound to them. We have no ways of communicating.
That was
Okay.
on my giant list of questions.
Of course.
Yeah,
A
my-
couple more
I
questions.
gather it was one of them. I know it came up in conversation there. So I would just go ahead and assuage that fear as well.
So no one can scry on you either?
I don't know. I'm not sure how that would work. If they could possibly scry on my coin, if they knew my coin specifically, but
they'd have to
don't
get
know.
it off Trevor, wouldn't they? So we'll worry about that if and when it happens.
I'm not sure.
So you have. Oh, never. I will hold off on that question. Question number 4. Yes. Ooh.
Only
Out
4.
of.
I was counting more like 21.
Well, I mean, I have that many, but the other. Yes, we.
Yes.
I do want to have a longer discussion on the forces that he had, the exact demons that were in his, and devils that were in his immediate, and fae in his immediate leadership. There are many questions I have as far as tactics that he held. I have a lot of questions. So, but
This. Before we get too far to there's numerous questions. I don't think we just want to stay out here all evening long. But I will say this. I know very little of his operations. I was a person sent out to influence others and to essentially deceive people and help him in ways of less than militaristic aspects. I was not a frontline soldier. I was usually gifted to someone more on the diplomat type of role, and he would send that person off to speak with others and maybe drum up support and find ways of, well, bringing people to his cause. That was more of the role of the person that I was gifted to, and usually. So I didn't spend much time in the actual battlefields, and unfortunately, I don't know how many coins he bound and who they were for the most part. I was never really kept close at hand, let's say.
Unfortunate that you don't know that information, but considering the people that you were assigned to, a moment question for my friend Mr. Trevor. You do have momentary control. However, are you? You mentioned more. Are you mentioning complete transmutation of his physical form into a succubi and therefore control? Complete control.
A coin bearer and the coin bearer and the individual bound to the coin are in complete sync with each other, then yes, they can manifest more abilities and more power. Trexiarch, I'm sure, completely dominated his bearer and was able to manifest in a way that gave him almost his full degree of power. It all depends on the coin bearer and and the individual and the being bound to the coin. I don't think Trevor and I would be quite compatible in such a way to join forces to that aspect to allow me greater control. That's not something that I really see and is in the cards for us. And frankly, I don't think it would work out so well.
Oh, for the first time, Lucy and I agreed on something.
Oh, please, darling.
Yes, I actually believe that you have agreed several times on many things. So back to, I don't know. I feel that I may want to have a further discussion in the forge, as I could be here all evening long, and we do have work to do. Yes.
Of course. I would say this. You mentioned before about destroying this coin, melting it down. That would be very, very difficult. Most magical enchanted items are very difficult, and this is extremely enchanted. Understand, I am not. You try to identify the magic of the coin. I am not a part of the coin. I am only bound to it. So identification of the coin will not show my presence specifically. So just to solve that little mystery for you there, Eldon, I think that you did try to identify at some point there, and it didn't quite show the presence of
Yes,
myself.
that was a part of my list of questions. I just am not as important at. Yes, solving mysteries good. So
Of course.
does
So
anyone
just to
else
point
have?
out to you, just so you know here, the coin was taken up on the 4th of Fireseek. It's now the 24th of Coldwane. So it's been almost 2 months that the coin's been here. So
She's been
anything that
talking to him the whole time.
no, she just it took a while before the voice really started happening. It didn't happen right away, but off and on, a little bit here and there. So essentially when you realize that he took up the coin at after you killed Grosherlock, that was the fourth. That was the 4th of Fireseek. So last month, well over a month ago.
Or was it his coin then?
He
Was
had
it?
it.
Okay.
He recovered it and put it away.
Right.
You assume, or maybe he did hold it. Who knows?
Does anyone else have any more questions, or can we?
I think.
I have a question.
Of course.
Go on.
Yes, Lucas.
How were you bound?
I don't know exactly. It was something that the Dark King did. Drew my presence, summoned me from the hells, and then did something with dark magic, grasping, reaching, binding, and sort of trails off for a moment there, and then I was locked to this thing, this coin, and then from that point I was sent off with whoever he wished to hold me and serve.
Are you aware of what we speak about? Were you present, say, when we were talking about
I
certain
am.
things?
I think that may be a key. Yes. So part of the reason that I am happy to stay here is that with you having that, there may be something that can be done to break these bindings using that item.
What do you? Well, you see, that was a part of the questions I was not going to ask, but now that it has been broached, what do you know of that item?
Nothing. I know nothing of it at all. The fact that you discovered this and started making these connections here is the first I've ever learned of it. So it does seem to make sense. Yeah.
Do you know of anyone who might have information about the item?
Not alive, no. I mean, as I said, I've been out of the world for 200 years, so I don't know what's been passed around, what's been done.
Anyone not alive?
I mean, well, in Varnak, I mean, he seems to know a lot of things. He put my coin away, um, instead of taking it up himself. I mean, based on what you discovered there, maybe a certain master bard that helped pivotal in destroying the Dark King himself?
Yeah. That would mean going back to yes.
Yep. Something to keep in mind, at least. I don't know if there's anyone else alive, or I mean, if there's any way to contact someone that was part of that wonderful group that took down the king himself. That's very interesting. Yes,
I'm pretty sure in Varnock's at rest now, isn't he?
more than likely, yeah.
So we can't speak to him.
Well, yeah, his
Although, what's funny is,
ghost was controlling the tower. I mean, that was or holding back.
although
the,
Trevor's head does turn and look up at the temple itself. Probably at rest, yes.
Oh dear.
Okay. I will have many more questions for you later. Yes. However,
Do I have to be there for them?
yes,
Well,
you do.
I would say this. Again, if there's no more questions now, I will relinquish control and as I promised, and this could be done again if you so choose. But I don't think Trevor's really comfortable with this whole situation. But if I would,
Do I have some questions for you later, but they will be in private.
of course, darling.
There's a pun I want to make there, but for the sake of the stream, I'm not about fucking yourself. But like, I'm not going to do that because, yeah.
I mean,
What
geez,
is
you only
the,
have a succubus in your head. I
this
mean, what
is-
the hell?
They just turned into a hentai.
I mean, I'd watch it.
No wonder he was diving towards those tentacles.
So any other questions or anything else there?
Just got one other question.
Of course, yes.
The spirits obviously bound the coin. Have you got a physical body somewhere?
I don't know exactly. I know that, I mean, I've seen I've seen Trexiarch manifest, and I believe that our body is, I don't know. I'm not sure how this works exactly. I was able to manifest some power with previous bearers and sort of take on aspects of myself, but I think in the case of Trexiarch, with a complete domination or complete acceptance of the bond there, they could manifest their entire body. I've never done that myself, though. So I don't know that my physical form really exists exactly, but extraplanar beings such as us are very strange in that way anyway. I mean, we only would have a physical body, a true physical body in our homeland, in our homes.
And I will say this isn't so much a question as a request on your end. Lucy,
Of course.
if they ever need it, because apparently you can hear them whenever they talk, and I have no means to control that with the exception of one. I know it's not your primary concern. What I will say is I will not do that without your consent from this on, because I felt the presence of how uncomfortable that made you myself. But if they request it, then I have to have it done because they need to know that they can trust me.
I understand.
So if that comes up again, I will have to temporarily put you in that dimension. I have no intention on keeping you there, of course, unless you give us a reason to do so.
I understand, yes.
I don't mean that as a threat. I am just merely stating that fact. Because you've caused some scrutiny already, whether I've acted on myself or not. Because in all honesty, whether you had said something or not, I wasn't going to shoot my brother. In my head, I knew that already. The other one, I had no qualms about. I would say, in retrospect, had I had known that, if I had an inkling of knowing that it wasn't that he was, I wouldn't have done it. And I'm coming to terms with what I did over there. But I'm not doing that for the sanctity of my friends and my family standing before you now. I'm doing that for myself.
So while we're on that subject, Trevor, can you give me and the rest of the guys your word that the next time we say don't shoot anybody, you'll keep your gun down until absolutely necessary?
You have my word.
Thank you. That's all we need.
Yes, we did verbally sign a social contract for the group to maintain group cohesion, and you did forthwith break that. So let us re-establish the contract. Yes, neither myself, Trevor, or the rest of the group shall do impulsive things with prisoners. Yes?
I make no promises on that. I said I would not shoot them or hurt them.
Impulsive things with prisoners.
I
Eldon,
know.
that could go in so
I
many
make no
directions.
promises
Please
on
don't.
that.
I
So
think I
innocent.
like where this is going. Indeed.
No, Eldon,
Well,
no. We won't
like what it's
harm
saying.
prisoners. We won't harm prisoners.
Is that social contract? 'Cause
Authorities.
I can make that happen. For
And
sure.
if we're questioning somebody, you can't kill them until we say we're done.
Okay, or
and-
burn them with acid. I got
Oh,
you.
Burn them with
course.
acid, exactly.
Or
What if
alchemist fire or
But what if they like it?
Well, I don't feel comfortable with that either. So
If there's anything else, I'm sure Trevor's not liking this.
yeah, I think
I need your word on one more thing, Lucia.
Of course.
Unless I give you direct permission, you will not take control of me like that again.
Oh no, I can't do that.
Because I did not like the feeling of not being able to move under my own control.
I understand. That's why I had to. That's why I had to get your consent. I will not do this.
Oh, so you
unless
need
allow
you
it.
do need my consent to do that. Now,
Absolutely.
okay, let me ask you this, and this will be the last question we ask you for some time.
Okay.
Was that consent something that binds you, or were you just being, do you actually need that consent, or can you do it whenever you want? Because that will change our paths. If you have that ability
do
to
this, and she
want.
gestures to the body. The gestures. When you do this, I must have your consent.
Fair enough.
is that a one-time consent or every time?
As
It's
I
always
said,
consent, Elnie. I mean, hold on.
as I said, when this conversation is concluded, I will revert control, and that will be the end of this. Yes. So, no, I will not be able to retake control. As I stated, this is only for the duration of this conversation specifically.
I will ask.
So, this is why I ask if once the conversation is finished, please let me know. And you realize that she's very specific in that actual thing here. So as long as you're still asking her questions, she's still in control.
Can we please be done with this conversation?
I think we are done.
Yes, I am. I have many more questions, but they can be questioned and answered through Trevor's head and not necessarily out loud. So, thank you for your time. Please go away.
I don't consent to that either.
Wow.
He actually turns and looks at Lucas.
Eldon just like, go away.
Lucas, anything else?
No.
Laura, anything else?
No.
Sora's not speaking to you. She doesn't like you.
She just did. She said no.
I understand. No. And with that, once all five of you has said that this is done, Trevor, you get full control of your body. The sway to the sway and the posture and everything else goes back to Trevor's normal form there, and you have full control again.
Right, let's get back in the cell.
Also the eyes that appeared there close and wink out of existence.
That was so creepy. I wonder if
You-
Gildor's gonna.
Bertie, let's go inside the church.
I wonder if Gildor's gonna paint that.
Yes, that would be an interesting painting. Number one, number two, Trevor, you could put her away. Yes.
With her consent, or with the reason when you all need me to, I will. If you
I
have
think
something to ask me,
I think it's okay.
I
I
think
don't
that while we're heading back into the church, that it may be more comfortable for her to not be a part of this. Yes.
Lucia.
If you
Or
must.
I think she just doesn't want to talk in there.
I think she'll be fine. She doesn't absolutely need to be put into another pocket dimension.
Yeah,
I just give you my word. I would not do that unless you all were wanted to
Now
say
let's just
something out of her
go
content.
and finish this.
I'm just so relieved that she's not going to try to help resurrect the Dark King, and that was what was worrying me the most. So
I have a
I
whole
don't
new
care anymore.
I have a whole new list of worries now that changes a bunch of things for me personally. But come to
She
that
is
bridge.
lacking details that I would like to have a more concrete information on. But let us secure the item. Yes.
Okay.
If it is still there.
Okay. So you guys head back in. As you guys are
Yeah.
finishing your conversation, you will see a couple of things. One thing that dawned on me, and I just a quick clarification on our part here. Amethyst, where's Elia?
Where is she?
Because she arrived when you guys did. So is she with you right now, or did you did you ask her
I
to go
guess she
somewhere
will
else?
be. I wouldn't have asked her to go
Okay.
anywhere else. She'll still be with us,
Okay.
I guess.
Just to clarify that. And I will say that, and so as the conversation is wrapping up there, she's kind of like wide-eyed, like, I don't understand what you people are doing, but wow. Okay. Sure. In my sister's choice of phrase, what the fuck? Okay. And she'll actually like as she kind of like says that there, the person in question, Riley, will show up. Kind of walking up there, in armor. She has a breastplate on there, longbow over her back, and a shield over top of that, long sword at her hip, in the full guard uniform. Um, so, we gonna bring the folks in from out there, or what's the plan here? Because at your request, we've been making sure that the gates are closed, and we want to basically arrange for people to come in or stay out, or what's going to happen here. I just want to make sure that we know what's going on.
Well, the damage is done, so I don't see why the city needs to remain locked down.
Okay. Well,
I think it should be, because if there's goblins still here and they're just hiding, we don't want them just
goblins?
walking out.
There haven't been any goblins here, as far as anyone's aware.
Well, isn't
I
that
mean,
what?
Going to like
It's
Jester.
goblins that have stolen the thing from the temple.
great. So there's been a goblins running around town we didn't know about.
Oh, please
Exactly.
tell me we get to hunt
I
goblins.
think we need to leave everything locked down and only let people in with,
Well, the only people. I mean, the place doesn't get. We don't get a lot of traffic this time of year. I mean, probably next week we'll see a little bit more. It's festival week, and a little next week. The Grove Fest is starting up, and the mayor's not going to be happy if we don't let any visitors come in the town to join in the festivals. And they usually have some merchants that come into town, and oh boy. I mean, the
I'm
only
not
thing
saying don't let them in. I'm just saying make sure you know who they are first before they come in.
Okay, that we can do. I mean, I keep a log of everyone we keep a log at the gates of everyone who comes and goes.
Search
And
stuff, make sure the backs of trucks haven't got any goblins in. Make sure.
yeah, we'll have to start doing that.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, only wagon that's coming to town here came through the west gate on the 13th, Fire Day. That was the only wagon that came into town. We didn't check it over. That was, I mean, you know, your warning came through on the 18th, so this happened before that.
5 days. Like
I mean, they might still be here.
The day that.
Oh no, the wagon left the day on the 14th.
We don't know that we're in the wagon though. We don't.
Yeah, they were
True.
up and over the wall, maybe.
Could the diamond have been stolen then and not noticed for 4 days?
Actually, almost a week and a half.
This
I mean,
this little village is not 1,000 feet long by 1,000 feet, right?
not really, no.
Yeah. So
Can we go knock on Dunkhorn's
Acorns.
Yeah,
Well,
Dunkhorn's door, because like he's technically in charge of the army peoples around here, right? Because he's my trainer person.
Actually, I'm now the vice commander of the guard. He's been kind of promoted in a way. He's still commander of the guard, but he's also, what's the title the mayor gave him? Minister of Defense? That's what it was, yeah.
Oh,
The
okay.
mayor's making some changes.
I noticed.
Well, I mean, the city charter came in. Catherine brought it in with her. That was really appreciated there. So this is officially a city now, which is really weird to think of. My little town's now a city. Um, but yeah, but yeah, if you have any questions about things there, or things you need to have done, I can make it happen.
When we came through an airship, but we came in through the gates, correct?
Southgate,
Still
yes.
had to. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Were we checked when we were through the gate?
Well, you know that Riley had messaged you as you were flying toward there, saying use the south gate. Landed, so she knew the airship was coming because Ellie had been talking to Amethyst the whole time.
Right.
And so you get essentially the town. At least some people in the town knew you were coming. So she told you guys to land in the south field and use the south gate. So, and the people at the gatehouse know you guys. So
yes.
essentially, they kind of like waved you through. They didn't, but that's also why the people at the airship are still on the airship. They haven't been brought in yet.
I would also suggest that even though we are known and people of the city are known, we should still be searched just in case something is hiding inside of packets or on the carts or whatever that we don't know about.
We'll take more precautions. Absolutely. In fact, there's this kind of stuff going on. There's goblins involved and all this other stuff. I don't know half of it. I would like to know more, but for the most part, yeah, I'm thinking we will definitely update security and update our procedures and everything else to make sure that the city's safe. That's our job. So we'll make it happen. All right. So if you want, I can let the crew or whatever, they can stay out there, or you want to bring them
Yes.
in town, or what do you want to do?
Yes, please bring them in town. Also, there is 2 individuals that I would like to have brought to our home.
Okay.
Yes, Sebastian, Mr. Travers, and there's another gentleman who is badly damaged. So have him brought to our abode, please.
I'll make sure it gets done. I'll let the crew know they can take up rooms if they want. And
to the
what's that?
temple to be healed.
I mean, you guys had enough healing between them to get him mostly to full. At this point, he's just mostly just exhausted, and so yeah, his physical damage isn't to the point where he's gonna have any problems. It's just that he definitely shows signs of having been wounded at this point. So, I mean, he's got blood all over him and everything else, and so, but yeah, I think Lucas and Eldon both did some pretty major healing. I think Sora even laid on hands.
Yeah,
so.
I've got a 3rd level spell slot.
Oh no, okay, yeah.
So
I thought you weren't there yet.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, he definitely he's had enough healing to not be in danger or anything else like that. So, so all right, I'll make sure it happens. I'll have an escort for the 2 to your place, and everyone else they can go in and get rooms at the Flagon or the Unicorn, whichever one they prefer. I think they're pretty open at this point, and it is. I mean, it's a slow day. It's a forge day, so not really exactly a hopping day in terms of partying or anything else like that. So they should be able to get rooms pretty easily.
Yeah, and I think you all, with everything going on, I might find a different room for tonight. I think I just need a little space, but I will meet you all in the morning.
You're gonna stay at your room in the house?
Nope.
We don't split the party.
Yeah, one to talk, eh?
Mr.
Listen. No, Eldon, I need to do this. As far as what your concern is, I'll be at the usual spot, the flagon, right?
Sure. That's where
Eldon?
that's we're at originally, yeah.
Also,
Um,
Miss Riley, another thing to keep in mind is that we do have a vampire that we did piss off.
Wait, what? What?
Yes. So,
Oh, yeah.
please be aware that that is an issue, and we need to start carrying silvered weapons. Yes, and other things for potential.
You need like pointy stakes or something like that. The wooden things, just the.
That does not really. No.
Really? Oh, okay.
Yes.
Garlic? Is that?
That is a no. That is a
Oh,
misconception. So, an interesting
oh.
fact is that there is many misconceptions when it comes to vampires. They do not sparkle, and
I'll let you work all those out here. We'll talk about it another time. We'll brief the guard and everything
who
else. That
said?
I'm gonna go take care of the crew, and get the guards that gets assembled here. Make sure they know what's going on here. You guys
Yes.
have fun. We'll talk soon. And she like walks off.
You know what, Eldon? I
Like,
will. I do need to go see somebody before we retire for the night. But I will be coming back to the house tonight because I have to question your ability and knowledge on vampires, sir. Who told you they sparkled?
Yes, I did read a fan fiction this one time.
What's a fan fiction?
Yes, it was a fascinating read, and by that I mean atrocious. Yes, I do not read much fiction, as I do prefer.
You guys head in the temple there. Back in the temple there. That whole thing right now. So I head back inside the temple there.
We go inside the temple.
Okay. So I would say this. So inside here, you did a really thorough looking around the place. You didn't find any like skulls or not like on a pedestal or anything else. There's nothing specifically around there. Essentially, once you guys go outside, at the front, Straight and her son, so he's cleaning up there. She's kind of looking things over. She does have materials set out there for a commune if you wish to do that this evening as well. So essentially, she's got some incense prepped and everything else, and has drawn up the sigils that need to be done there, and it's up at the altar. So she says, as you come back in, all right, then I'm able to do that commune whenever you wish. Just make sure. Give me time to cast a spell. It takes a minute or so to put everything into place. So have some questions specifically. I have 3 questions. Yes or no questions are the easiest. Too many specifics are going to be impossible in this situation. So keep that in mind as you form questions, and we will be ready when you are. Feel free to look around. If there's something you're looking for specifically, let me know.
I believe that one of our questions should be: is the skull in the temple? Yes.
I think the purpose of the commune was to find the diamond.
Yes, that was what I was thinking for the other 2 questions. But one of the questions should be is what we're looking for here. As then we can decide whether or not to turn this temple upside down.
You do realize we haven't mentioned what we're looking for to anyone so far.
Correct. And I am hesitant to do so.
You just did.
I mean, Strava just told you you're in the chapel right now. It's kind of a big echoey place. She's and
there are skulls in the yes. But the gods know what we are talking of, and she does not quite know what we mean by skulls. Skull, specifically.
I can honestly say I don't know of any specific skulls that are here. I mean, there may be some out in the graveyard. They're mostly ashes that we enter in the graveyard. It's a lot hard to bring anything back if it's not intact. Most of the time we cremate. the bodies and inter the ashes amongst the graves and everything else. But there are some older graves that might have something in them, bodies and such. But I don't think that there's anything to worry about. But I don't know of anything here in the temple itself. Um, I don't have full access to the entire history of the place, and I did not grow up here or anything. I've only been high priestess here for the last 20 years or so.
Do you know who founded the temple?
I've been told it was a let's see here. The name escapes me. But Brusilov? I don't. It has been passed down for a number of years, but it is not. There is no gravestone to them. There's no. They're not in any of the archives that I've seen. It is mostly just something I've heard, so I don't know the exact name, unfortunately. I wish I did. Um, but Bossa Loft, I think is the name. Um, not sure exactly the origin of that name either.
Brusilov?
There's something along those lines. Yes.
Veselov. Veselov.
Ah,
What's that?
Yes.
What is that?
It's the cleric of the Raven Queen.
Oh,
Was, I should say.
hmm yeah. Part of the party that killed the Dark King. They're the ones who brought the skull back here.
Remember, the mayor is a descendant of them.
That's of the paladin of that adventuring party,
Yeah.
who also came back here with Basilov. Yes, exactly.
that's a
Yes,
lot.
yes, it is. So, um, so checking things over there again inside the temple, you don't see any specific place to skull. The only thing that's out of place in terms of that is look at what you found: the discolored stone in the old tower, in the original structure, or the oldest part of the temple itself. Are the graves outside specifically, so you definitely have potentially some places to look or anything else. Um,
I suppose there's any way of moving the stone. Is it's set in the ground?
Um, it's set pretty well. You think that it could be obviously with the right tools, it could be pried up and moved. Not sure exactly. We don't really have the tools and the skills. Eldon might, um, but they're kind of wandering around, distracted at this point, kind of thinking of a million things at one time and not on camera.
I can
Don't
ask,
we all?
well, I can ask Strava, does she have stone shape?
I let's see, what level spell stone shape?
Fourth.
Was the fourth? I could. I don't normally do that, but it is not. It is a spell that can be cast if it is prepared. Yes. Um, so, which stones are you looking to change? I mean, I don't normally. The only time I ever use stone shape is if you want to craft a new headstone or change the many of and to mend the wall around the cemetery itself. It's a stone wall, and occasionally we'll use that to patch any things, crumbling stones, or again craft new gravestones and such.
We were just searching for an item that maybe had been buried here a long time ago.
Mm.
We noticed the stone out of place in the tower.
Yes, it's a very curious thing. I don't know why that would be there. It definitely doesn't fit. You want to move the stone, then you say?
That was just a thought, yeah.
It could be done. If with the spell prepped, I could make sure that there's no damage to the floor or anything else. So, it is possible if you wish. tomorrow. I wouldn't be able to do it today.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right then.
Awesome.
Strange to go delving into the temple. It seems like there may be secrets here that I'm not aware of, but it is possible. Yes.
Thank you.
Um, so, are you prepared for the commune then? And I would say even with continuing investigation before there, you definitely don't find any like strange like lock boxes. If you inquire about a reliquary of any kind, she doesn't have anything specific. The closest thing would have been the actual uh would have been probably the place where the stone was kept, where the Raven's Eye was kept. It's the only it's really the only real like relic they would consider that. Um, all right. So if you have questions, then I can prepare that and ask those questions for you. Um, if you are ready, or do you need more time?
Do we? I'll ask the rest of the group. Do we want to let her know what we're looking for?
I think the least she knows, the better, to be honest with you, because if she does know and someone comes and tries to get information from her, then she's more in danger if the more information she knows. I think it's a need to know basis. All she needs to know is that we're looking for something, and that's.
Yeah, but she can't use his commune to find it if we don't tell her what she's trying to find. Alden wanted to ask, is the skull buried here in the temple? We can't, unless we tell her what skull we're looking for.
Well, it's up to you. You can't if we, if she can help to find it, then yeah.
Up to you. If you wish to give me enough specifics to go on for the question, and sorry, wrong accent. More questions to go on. Please let me know. But I am not. Okay, Lucas is correct. If I don't know what to ask for, if I don't know what it is I'm asking for, I cannot get an answer that would be sufficient. If I just, is there a skull here? Of course, there's a skull here. There are many skulls out in the graveyard. So
We believe there is an indestructible skull that once belonged to a to the Dark King, and we know that there are evil people who are looking for it in the hopes of resurrecting him. And now that they've got the diamond, that might be a bit more easy for them. So we're hoping to find the skull and move it somewhere. If we can't destroy it, which we don't think we can, to at least move it somewhere where they can't find it.
if it's, and you think that if people know that the skull is here?
Yeah, it was in a book. That's why we know that it's here. And we found the book on a necromancer who we did. He has been imprisoned, but he was friends with a vampire and with another dark human person. And they're still at large, so we know that they are looking for it.
Well, I know of the person you speak. I mean, it's a historical figure. It's not hard to know that this Dark King is a terrible person indeed. But I do want to make sure that, I mean, you're saying the skull of this person is here. So you wish to ask if it is still here, or if it is safe, or what is the question you wish to ask around that?
Basically, if it's still here.
Yeah, because if it's still here, we can go looking for it.
All right then. So this question one is the skull of is the skull I will. It is between me and my mistress. So, is the skull of the Dark King still here, or is the skull of the Dark King here? Most straightforward question. All right, another question then. Something regarding the diamond, maybe.
Yeah, we should see where the diamond is. I don't know what the question for the diamond would be, though. It is important that we get that back.
Of course, well, for many reasons, of course. But if you're saying this can be used as part of a resurrection of some kind, then yes, this would be very bad. Obviously, the diamond is quite valuable and definitely enough to perform even the most powerful resurrections. So, you wish to know if it, well, it can be a yes or no, yes or no question. So you have an idea where the diamond might be, and you want to ask for confirmation, or do you want to know if the diamond was taken in a specific direction, or
That's just it. We don't know which direction it could have gone.
I suppose that's the only thing we can ask. Just ask specific directions and see.
well, directions might be possible. I don't. Yes, I think a direction might be. So, what direction is the diamond? Is the diamond's current location? All right.
Yeah.
Second question then. Third question. Eldon, you said you had questions there. What are your questions?
I'm eating shrimp. Spicy shrimp. 1 second.
Don't hurt yourself, please.
Woo! Very spicy.
Okay.
Wimp.
Really poured on the powder there as I'm being asked a question. Okay. Ooh, sorry. Burp. So the other question is the diamond even in reach at the moment? As in, is it too late to retrieve the diamond? Yes?
Could you ask how far away it is?
Would not be able to give you a specific distance. I would not. Again, without the diamond, I only get vague answers of positive or negative, maybe a direction of some kind. But to give an exact distance, I could get. Is it near or far? But again, I could not get a. Um, is it within a? Is it within a certain number of days travel? That would narrow it down a bit, maybe. If we have a direction and distance, and is it within a day's travel, or a specific number of days travel, that would work as well.
Yeah, we just have to pick a number though. How long ago was it taken, do we believe?
Sometime in the last 10 days. She tells you she last used it on the 14th. Star Day. Star Day the 14th.
So they're going to potentially at least 10 days travel away. Unless they were going somewhere specific.
But the airship's here, so that would be quicker.
All right. So, ask what is the Dark King's skull still here? Yes. A direction the diamond is in, and is it within its current location within how many days?
Yeah, I think that sounds about right.
Well, so
if we say about 5,
okay,
it kind of suggests that they were going to somewhere specific because they could have got a lot farther in this time.
true. All right. Then I will go ahead and so she does set up there and again lights the incense, traces the sigils over there. You sense the shadows kind of creeping in, not so much like swirling in, more like the lights just sort of dim, and everything gets very quiet and echoey for a moment. And she pauses. Oh, great queen, we have 3 questions. You wish to commune at this time. Our first question, and she asks about the Dark King skull. And the lights, the darkness sort of fades for a moment. And she looks at you. Yes, yes, it is still here. Which direction is the diamond? And the shadows swirl for a moment and become stronger toward the back of the temple in this direction. You see them sort of all kind of coalesce behind her in there. That would be to the north. And asking, is it within 5 days travel? And she pauses, by foot. And the shadows, the coalescing shadows that form there settle in and get darker. No. And the shadows sort of retreat. The sounds, the faint breeze outside, the night birds acting out there, an actual like raven cawing somewhere out in the graveyard. As the sounds all come back there, and you have to do. She takes a deep breath. Yes, so I think you have the answers you seek. I hope. The skull is here. The diamond is to the north. More than 5 days travel by foot. Since you've been looking at this and thinking about this for a while,
We're here,
Mhm.
right? Yeah,
Yep.
that's where we are.
Yep,
North Bilgewater is up here, right?
northeast, yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, northwest.
Yeah.
That's
And it's
about
about
where we
seven.
wanted to go before, right?
It's about 7 days by foot. Also to the north, more than 5 days. You heard mention of Silverleaf. That's up here. That's by foot about 11 days.
Both locations are on our crap list right now.
They are. So she does seem a bit taxed by the fact that do this ritual. Like it's much easier with a diamond. Is there anything else you need at this time? I would like to go home and rest. Is there something else you need at the moment?
No.
Unfortunately, I do believe we do need to turn the temple upside down, looking for the skull. How do you feel about that?
Well, you will not.
She can use the what's it called, stone
Stone
shape.
shape.
She's going to learn stone shape for the morning to move the stone that's different to the others.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Eldon or Elni had to step away when you guys were
Yeah,
talking.
it was.
Yeah. Sorry, I had to go grab my very, very spicy shrimp, rice,
Well,
and veggies.
So remind me why I'm not just gonna bust it open. Why do we have to use stone shape?
As to not destroy the temple.
Exactly.
We
Because
do not want to frustrate a second being of immense power, and i.e., the goddess of death. Probably not in our best behavior to do.
Who was the first one?
Oh, I feel like we have a list growing.
Oh,
We
not sure.
do?
Who knows?
Yes,
Who knows?
we currently have a vampire. That is a strong being. We
I don't-
are frustrating the obvious plans of the Dark King. That is another being. We have. I have the feeling we have
Lucas.
frustrated a lot.
I don't think.
Wraith? There's the Wraith dude.
Yes.
Lucas, you get the unmistakable sense of ascending coming through to you.
Yeah.
At first you think, not sure who would it be initially at first there, but then you hear the voice, Professor Martinet. Lucas, I'm not sure that something important happened. Duchess called for execution of Montgomery. Guards found dead, drained. Executioner gone. Montgomery gone. End of message.
That's the necromancer, right?
I should tell everyone just had a sending that Montgomery's escaped. Sounds like the vampire released him.
Elon pulls off his goggles, rubs his eyes, and then puts his goggle on. Yes, I just mentioned the fact that we do have individuals that are very mad at us, and we are adding to that list. And one of them, they know our location.
Yeah.
Next time we kill him.
I do remember not to do the "I told you so" thing here, but I do remember someone being very upfront about that in the beginning.
What?
Never mind.
Do you reply anything back, Lucas? You do have the ability to reply. So. I mean, you don't have to. I mean, the sending went through. It's just a matter of.
Yeah, just thank her for the information. I think we will take it into consideration.
Okay. So with that fun news on top of all the discoveries and taking things out here, we're going to take a quick break here. So I'd like everyone to kind of grab what you need, and we'll be back in about 5 minutes or so. So hopefully everyone can take a minute and regroup, relax, and get drinks and such. We'll be back in just a few. Hello and welcome back. The party is going to be departing the temple, heading on back to the house, potentially getting some guests and doing a few and seeing, kind of regrouping a little bit and figure out what the heck's going on and what to do next. So you're all heading back there. Trevor, you wanted to go off and find a certain mountain
See if
woman.
she wants. That's when you put it like that, Jim.
It's
He's
not.
mounting who?
It's not inaccurate. No. Just
No.
seeing if she wants to come to the house
Um,
with other people.
Well, I will say this: when you, she's not at her house, and she actually doesn't live at a house. I mean, she stays at the barracks.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't
Most of
remember
the
if she
log
actually
world
had a
deals
house. I
that.
heard
So
she had like
when you go there, you find out she's not actually at the barracks. And asking around, she's probably at the Ragged Stump, which is the kind of the worker bar up here. Right here on the map. You've been in there before. It's kind of you have the high class tavern, which is the Jewel Flagon, the average working class or sort of average town person bar being the Fighting Unicorn, and the Ragged Stump where most of the workers go and hang out and drink and stuff. Not really a low class establishment. It's just that's where they tend to congregate for the most part. It also doesn't have an attached inn or anything else. It's just the bar itself. When you get there, you you are surprised as usual as the bouncer outside the door is the bugbear, Wayne, who you don't see at first because bugbears are weirdly stealthy, kind of like a Bigfoot.
For being Bigfoot.
Howdy, I'm Wayne.
Yeah. And Wayne Oltosh, and little man, it's good to see you. You're here to good to see you back in town. It's been a while.
Well, we were kind of hoping to have a little shindig at our place. Obviously, we're not going to be taking anyone from you. I just wanted to ask a few people if they'd like to join us. I could certainly pay their portion for what they'd be spending here, as long as you don't mind.
No. It's fine. I don't care. I just watch the door and make sure nobody gets too far out of line.
Yeah, I just don't want to cost the business any due business.
It will be fine. Go on in. See if people are here.
Okay.
And when you walk in the bar there, by the way, is anyone else going with them, or you guys all heading to the house? And
The last time I was here, guys,
I'll go with him.
I was gonna say the last time I was here, I got up on the stage and started dancing and tap dancing.
Yeah, I'm gonna go
that
with
was
him.
a tabletop ticker.
I knew it was gonna be the wrong bar.
Okay.
That was back in Port Oris, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was the
Yeah.
tumble dicker.
Yeah.
Right. And
but
then it
I wanna go
happened.
with him, 'cause I think we should buy a few bottles of stuff to take back, so we won't be taking any business from them.
We have
Because
plenty of alcohol at the house, I would assume. Trevor lives there after all.
Okay.
I
know.
want
Yeah,
to get some more.
I'm going. I'm
But yeah, we can definitely get
beelining
some
it
bird beers.
for my workshop. I've got some
Okay.
things to work on
Right.
that I'm
Hey.
back home.
What's that drink that Eldon actually really liked? Remember, he
it was
actually
like
did
an
drink
apple
something.
toddy or something like that. wasn't it?
Yeah,
I
it
like
was
the
something
idea of that. I'm
fruity.
gonna grab
Yeah.
something.
They
of lines
don't
for
have
him.
any at this bar. I can tell
Damn
you
it.
that you got that at the Jewel Flagon
Wow.
because yeah,
He might have stuff to
that was
make it at the
that was
house.
a concoction that Andres put together because he's the alchemist bartender.
Right, and
He does all
you
cocktails.
can't taste the alcohol in it. That was the whole...
Exactly. So Trevor, when you go and so Amethyst, you went with Trevor.
Yeah, I'll make sure he's
Okay.
behaving
So
himself.
you see the bugbear like kind of like, and he's not like hiding. It's just you didn't notice him. He was just kind of sitting on the F4 the thing that the tavern is named for, a ragged stump out next to the front door of the tavern. He was just kind of sitting there, and you didn't notice him as you walked by. But yeah, the big booming voice and sends you guys on inside there. And as you walk inside there, Trevor, it doesn't take long to spot Gina because
Yeah, she
I
didn't
mean,
stand out.
She's ginormous.
she's like 7.5 feet tall. But she is sitting at a table with a couple of people there. And you start. Go ahead and give me an insight check, both of you, since you're there.
Me?
Who's ever at the bar.
Another nat 20 on stuff that doesn't matter all that much.
This one kind
I mean,
of
it
matter.
matters. Yeah.
I rolled another one.
Yeah, another
Yay.
one.
Okay.
Keep
All right.
rolling them because
So,
I keep getting
Amethyst,
that one.
you kind of walk in. You kind of walk in. This is the first time you've been in this bar. You're kind of like, wow, it's very crowded. There's a lot of workers. There's a lot of noise. It's kind of in the kind of full swing of things. So, did you go with the guys? Are you Are you
Yeah.
here with them? Okay.
Yeah, I'm keeping the party together.
Okay. So, Lucas, did you and Eldon go back to the house?
Yeah, I went to the house. Yeah.
Cool. Okay. So,
So
three of you in.
I'd
party
be
together.
like to start the process of like placing alarm on all the windows, on all the doors. I'm placing alarm like
I thought we
all
already
over
did
the
that.
place.
No, it has to be done by.
Yeah.
It's a one night thing only.
Yeah, it's one night thing.
Ah.
So I'm starting that. It's going to take
Sure.
me forever. Process.
Yeah.
You do know we can't be surprised, and it'll wake us up if we need to be awake.
I want even extra surprises.
Sure. So you start working on that, Lucas. You can settle in there. When you do, when you do arrive, that you do find that both Sebastian and Brevilar are there. They're not in the same room. Essentially, Brevilar is kind of is off in the parlor at the house. We'll just say that Sebastian's either probably sitting in the dining room, just eating something and having a cold drink. So
They will
back at the
both
bar.
be invited back to ours, by the way.
Okay. So back at the bar. Okay, so Amethyst, you're just distracted by all the people that are in here and kind of the noise and the sounds, and it's a little overwhelming because you're not used to being in crowded spaces so much because you've been kind of out and about, and while you've been in the city and you've been in the Temple Tankard, it's been a little while, and just is like kind of this wave of people, and I will say with the natural one, your telepathy goes a little bit haywire on you, and you start getting a lot of like these little whispering like thoughts in your head. Like, oh, there's the cat girl. She's the one that's with the Fairwood's daughter. And and so you're kind of like,
I'll just be so obnoxious and just be like sending them telepathic messages saying, yeah, and it's none of your business.
oh God, you gotta freak out and look around. Sora, you see Trevor looking at the table there, where Gina, the Goliath porter, is sitting with some other folks there, and Trevor, you start to walk forward there, and you see sitting like next to her is a mountain of a person. Actually sitting across the person there,
Is that a
who
husband?
you recognize as Bedel Felkush. He's the guy that came and moved most of the furniture in your house there. He's also the guy that was driving the wagon that brought the injured logger back in there. And he's this big guy. Basically, think of the Mountain from Game of Thrones, but baby faced, like no beard, like kind of baby faced, but just that massive, thick person who's sitting across there. And with the 22, natural 20 there, you just catch the fact that she's resting her hand on his arm.
Got you. Okay, cool.
And
got it.
And sort of like as you get there,
Nah, I'm used to it.
and you kind of pause, and Sora, you kind of catch that little like crestfall, that sort of like pause there in Trevor, and look back where he's looking, and kind of
he's not that like, yeah, he's like a little bummed, but he's not like, it's not like, they spend a little time together, but he's not like that,
right.
But yeah, he was like, oh, rip.
Like, and so the three of you are standing there, and their voice comes up from kind of behind you to your right. Oh, you had to see that coming, right? Really? Trevor, isn't it? Yeah. And you look back,
who it was.
And you look back over your shoulder there, and you see halfling gnome. It's hard to tell exact. They're probably a mixed descent there, but redheaded woman sitting there, just kind of a big old tankard in front of her. Like, I mean, and let's see, the person who interacted with her the most isn't here, so you will have seen this person around. They tend to run messages around there, and you've seen her in and around Nimbus's shop probably more than anything. Her name's Audrey, and she tends to run messages around the place. She actually brought the messages to you that the things that be picked up at Nimbus's shop before. And so she's kind of made deliveries or just kind of delivering messages around the town and such. And she's like, yeah, it's a little weird, I know, but I mean, you gotta think, right? Those you and I, we kind of look like children to them, right? It's kind of strange.
I mean, I think that was part of the appeal, but I am not that
For
upset.
us, I mean, I've had a romp or two, with a vertically enhanced person, but I mean to do like for
I just
from their
cocked my
side of
head at
things.
her, just like, okay, kind of like trying to not wanting to picture it, but actually picturing it. Now I can kind of see now.
Yeah, I mean, well, and she kind of like leans in, like, look, really too. I mean, how? And so, as she's talking there, she just kind of like motions to the table, want pull up a seat, or you got places to be. What?
Well, actually, like Gina aside was going to ask her and her companion over there who helped with the house anyway. I think it's only polite to invite both of them as well. And obviously, you're more than welcome to come as well. But we're looking for a few people maybe to come on over at my place with others, of course, and have a little bit of a shindig ourselves. Look over for Amethyst, so I'm not too uncomfortable out of my element right now.
It wasn't really meant to be a shindig. It was meant to be us reconnecting with each other.
Well, you said inviting other people, didn't you?
I said you can bring Gina if you wanted to. I didn't know she was going to fucking do this to you.
Oh, I'm over it. Well, how interested would you be? You said Audrey, was it?
Yeah, of course. I think. And she kind of looks, glances over at Gina, and glances up at you, and kind of glances over at the two of you. I think you guys maybe have things in hand for now. Maybe another time. I wouldn't mind stopping in when there's a kind of a more general thing. It seems like something you might want to. Yeah, another time. Absolutely.
Got it.
I definitely have said that telepathically, by the way. I wouldn't have hurt her feelings by saying you're not coming.
You address when you say things telepathically, because I would respond like vocally.
So you said something to her? Was it?
No, I think she meant telepathically.
I would have said it telepathically to Trevor because I don't want to hurt people's feelings.
Okay.
And say you're not coming.
No. No. She basically sort of glanced, and with this, I mean, at this point, even though now that you're kind of focused on someone here, your passive insight picks up the fact that she's kind of glancing over at Gina, glancing up at Trevor, and kind of cocking their head a little bit, and saying, and she just kind of like gives a little shake of the head. I think I'll stay here. I got this one to finish, and at least another one on the way. Another time though.
Yeah, and then I'll just kind of nod my head and like, Amethyst, this was apparently a bus. Is there anything else you wanted to invite? I'm assuming Elliot's coming too, correct?
Probably.
Very well. Let's get on our way.
Okay. And so you guys are to head on back. Actually, yeah, Sora, you've been kind of silently like watching the whole thing, and you kind of, I would just say that you kind of pieced together a little bit more than the whole thing there of, the halfling one there, like, I want to be someone's consolation prize kind of thing. So
totally get it.
Yeah, you kind of like. I mean, obviously that's not what you that the intention there, but just sort of that kind of appraising look of like, not like, no way, like, not right now.
Like I said, Trevor's not that hurt. He's been turned down multiple times. It's okay. He's used to it.
Yeah. So we'll go ahead and cut back to the house. You guys come back there. You guys have picked up some drinks on the way there too. They mostly sell ales and beers of various kinds. At the Ragged Stump.
Yeah, I'd be hitting my liquor for sure.
Okay. All right. So back at the house.
As you are walking up to the house, Eldon is like floating on the outside of the house, like the windows, like lining the windows with like this very intricate silver wire that just keeps on pulling out of like his little bag.
Hey, Eldon, you missed a spot.
Wait, what did you say, Sora?
You missed a spot over there in that top right-hand corner.
Wait, I haven't got there yet. I will make sure I am on my way there.
Right. Kind of moving people around on the map here. If you guys are seeing this here, let's go ahead and see Lucas. Let me get a Brevilor real quick. I do have a token for him, so we've got him. I don't have a Sebastian right now, so let me.
I'm curious about that. It's just gonna be another me with like gray.
I'm gonna do that. Just kind of like just bring you in for now. Let's see here. Where is it? There we go. I got him. Boop. Make that a little smaller. Put him in the lounge. And then, yeah, let me see if I happen to have. Yeah, that'll work. The old version of
I was
Trevor.
gonna say that's my original. Yeah, cool.
Yep.
Yeah, I'd
So
probably
we'll
head
put him in the dining room.
Yeah, I'd be heading to in that case, heading to the dining room because I haven't talked to him in almost 24 hours now at this point.
Okay. So we'll go ahead and bring the other ones down here as well.
No.
Okay. Cool.
I'll be talking to Seb.
Right,
Well,
so
I tried to bring us both dates, Seb, but apparently not. And then I'll hand him one of the stiff drinks I made, probably.
Really, I don't think I'm in a mind for company right now, Trevor. I think
No,
it's
you're
been
right.
a bit of a.
Quite a bit in the last couple of days. I'm glad I didn't shoot you.
Me too. I don't think I want to have any
For what
holes
it's
from
worth.
the.
For what it's
Yeah.
worth, brother, I am sorry.
No,
But I think
no,
I think you could understand, and the situations were reversed. I think you'd be in the same boat.
Oh yeah, I definitely.
But,
I mean, I'm a little bit less martially inclined than you, of course, but I want to make sure that you understand that I got no hard feelings, and
no. The
I
question
I know you. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, please.
Oh, I just want to make sure I
Well,
did everything I could for our parents. I wish I
you
could have
don't
done more.
you don't need to
I didn't.
explain anything about what happened. You've already helped me get some information that I need, and you can rest assured that the people responsible for this, or the things responsible for this, will suffer a wrath more than they've ever suffered, or anyone has. With that being said, now we got to focus on what we're going to do with you, my friend, my brother. What do you intend? Do you intend on staying on with us in the room? Do you intend on getting a job? I really don't want you going out by yourself. You're going back to the ranch. But there is somebody who I think might have a proposition for you, but I have not talked to them fully about that yet. But
Yeah.
I mean, it would be a way to put your artificer skills to use.
We can talk about it. I think that there's a little bit of time before we really
Have
have to.
you? I would recommend something. Just in the meantime, get to know the party, not just me. Just talk around. Not going to say anything as of yet because I don't want to persuade you one way or another. But keep around, and then I'll raise my glass to him and say, "Welcome home, Seb."
Brother.
Mm-hmm.
And about that time, we'll say steps in there with put down a plate of food and a couple of tankards or whatever on a table there. Kind of like sets out a couple more other plates there. Just he was there. Figure we get everything here set up and people can kind of pick and choose as they want. There's more stuff in the kitchen though if you guys want to help yourselves too.
You are
I'll be
always
back.
welcome, side to say. I appreciate you as always.
He kind of nods and heads back out there. And at this point, we'll say, what are the rest of you planning to do here for the part of this part of the evening?
I'll
Mm-hmm.
invite Elia and Riley if they want to come round and have a, because obviously we're going to be leaving again soon. So if they want to come and
where'd you go? Come on. What's going on here? Why is she not showing up?
kind of glad we haven't got any outsiders though, because
I am now.
it lets us, discuss
I
things that.
I also forgot how many people were actually already here.
Mhm.
So I'm like, oh, well, it's a full house now.
Let me get Elia's token. It kind of got messed up here. Let me see. I had a number of tokens that are going to go missing on me, so I don't seem to have a current one for Elia.
Is this the same? Are we on a different level? What floor is this?
This is the first floor right here.
Floor.
Okay.
First floor.
Oh.
All the rest of
Bedrooms
it's
are-
okay.
My basement is.
Yeah. Yeah, so your basement is on a different map there. So assuming that, so essentially the basement's going to be right under this. Yeah.
I didn't
Right.
scoot over to the
So is
left.
my loft.
Yeah. So down here is the second floor, obviously, and then the basement's a separate map.
Yes.
Yep. And
Okay.
me, I got apparently a direct underneath that little rug. I have that direct connection to mine and Eldon's workshop. Well, Eldon's workshop.
You have the little fireman's pole over here.
Yep, that's
and
right.
There's a rug down the stairway down over here. There's also an actual stairway down in the beyond the kitchen and the pantry.
Never use those stairs ever. It will always be the pole.
Of course, yeah. Yeah. So, all right. So you guys got kind of settled in there.
That's what she said.
Let me just bring in at least a
Shut
picture.
up.
So we've got Elia here, and let's see if I can get. Let's see, they have one of. Let me see, we got Riley too. There we go. And Riley will show up as well. All right, so the sisters are both in here as well. Anyone else you guys have planned for?
Nope.
Okay.
Now that
All
I
right.
heard that quote,
Of
it
our
doesn't
imaginary
sound right.
friends.
I would actually invite Nimbus. Because I have some things I'd like for him to help me with.
Okay.
So, yes.
Let's see if
If he's
see if
available. I'd
Nimbus
send
is
him a
available.
sending.
Sure.
Hello, cousin. Yes, I have returned to town, and I would like to see if you could come to the house for some assistance on some things. Yes, and of course, I can offer you drinks as we do have.
Of course, with Eldon.
So the message comes back, and the message it takes a few moments.
Eldon, I would like to do so, but it's been a long day. Maybe in the morning, as I have unfortunately put in a number of hours on a number of projects already and feeling quite drained. I think that it would be best if click.
Wow.
Not good at counting them out.
Perfect. Love it.
Daddy.
Okay. So yeah, we put folks here. So any specific things you want to do, interact with, check in with, find out? What's the plan for the festivity?
We're obviously going to be talking about what needs to be done and what our plans are next and everything. But at the same time, I think it's really, really important that we take this opportunity to relax and chill out a bit, and for everybody to try and get rid of all this tension that's going on between at least some of us.
That is exactly what Seb and Trevor are doing right now, because by this time he's like 11, 12 shots deep, I'm sure. For a halfling.
All right. At some point, Brevalor would actually like to talk to some folks here, but he's more than willing to wait until like tomorrow morning if you guys, or tomorrow if you need to. He's not really trying to intrude or anything. But yeah,
he's welcome. He's more than welcome to partake.
Okay. He tends to avoid the brothers, the Blackcoats, unfortunately, because
I don't. That's why I have not went there and
he's
talked.
been shot by both of them at this point. Hang out with the.
No, that's valid.
Yeah. So essentially, if someone's willing to kind of join him, talk to him, either in the lounge or maybe back here somewhere, he's definitely willing to talk. Because he does have some a request at least.
And Trevor's not keep in mind, Trevor's not like isolating himself from the group. He's just spending time with his
Sure,
brother.
yeah. Well, yeah. So you and your brother are there talking.
So if somebody came in there to the dining room, which I'm sure they will eventually anyway, they would obviously be welcomed.
Yeah.
I would obviously
Reese
tell him
does
as well.
inform you that there's food in the dining room and the table. There's also more food in the kitchen. If he's looking for anything, there's drinks in the kitchen as well. He's got a couple of so a couple of casks that are opened up. One of a decent wine and one with an ale.
Eventually, I
He's
would
doing all the food stuff.
Because Reese is the cook.
He's the cook, but he's not the house person.
Well, no, he basically came out and informed you guys there. So essentially,
I understand. I get it now.
Iris would let you guys know that your rooms have been cleaned up. The fact that she was made aware that you were going to be there. So your rooms are ready for you whenever you want them. If there's anything you need specifically, let her know. Catherine, of course, checks in with you to find out if there's anything you need from her. So yeah, each one of them checks in with you, Sora, specifically, just to make sure that that everyone knows that you know that they're available, that things are ready for you.
I'll show Sebastian to the room next to Trevor's and say that you can stay there because there's a guest room there, and then Brevilo can choose one of the guest rooms near to Lucas's or mine and Sora's rooms. So
he's partial to the one at the top of the stairs. Right
Sora has 2 rooms.
Yeah, I know.
Typically, you have your room and then Iris's room. So.
Yep. Mine. Well, Iris and Catherine and Reese are all sleeping in the same area.
So Reese has the room across the dining room. It's kind of like his,
That's right. Yes, but Catherine probably spends most of her time in there.
Yeah. So off and on. Yeah.
I will say that I will send a telepathic message to Brevere.
Okay. Oh, and then I also did want to talk to him as well.
Okay. All right.
And then
so what's your message? Yeah.
Just if there's I can't apologize enough without in Trevor's vocal voice, obviously.
Sure.
Without being too humiliated, with a little humility, but saying if there's anything he needs, he'll be there for him, and then don't hesitate to ask when you're comfortable, because he gets, what I mean. That's just a basic.
Sure. Yeah.
He's already apologized, and Brever's already pretty much accepted it, but like.
Yeah. Yeah, he can't reply, but you kind of get at least the acknowledgement of like, yeah. You have to actually see him to say.
I would literally just like peer out and
Sure, yeah. And so he kind of looks out. He kind of give you a nod at least of acknowledgement that things are okay. All right. So at some point we'll just kind of cut to Brevilor, kind of in the kind of the.
Oh, I said Brevere, didn't I? Sorry.
Essentially ballroom, I guess we're gonna call it there. It's kind of a little party room essentially. And whoever wants to go in there, talk with him, feel free.
Oh, you know what? Real quick, I'm sorry, I'm taking up too much of the thing.
Yeah.
I would invite Seb to my room first, but then to I would actually take the stairs, as I said I wouldn't, as it's always the pole, and definitely show him the freaking room from the workshop for sure.
Yeah, he is very impressed, obviously, and he kind of makes at least a couple of offhanded jokes. Obviously, you didn't say that must have been Eldon, because you're never this organized.
Yeah, I would just you definitely want to get shot again, don't you?
Yeah. So not that you can't do things, but you didn't really like keep your place like this wide array of tools and everything else.
Yeah, and mine would have been a lot more organized than I had.
Yeah. Okay. So anyone else can be back here with Brevilor? Are you gonna?
No, I think I'll be hanging out wherever I end up walking to, but I don't know that I'm going to any specific place.
Okay, up to you. Basically, yeah. If Amethyst is there, Elliot will be there, and likely Riley will too, just because she's tagging along as well. Kind of put those two in there as well. Okay, so. Yeah, so I mean it's a bit of a party there. Drinks are being passed around. People have eaten food, and the and I mean it's not really Lucas, but it works. We'll just kind of pull up a little bit of just the one.
Sorry, I'm on my phone so much, guys. In the cam, I'm just doing some work stuff with my schedule and stuff. So don't think I'm not paying attention.
Sure, we'll call. Okay. So some music from somewhere. What the heck? Just a kind of a little more festive attitude there, festive atmosphere at least. So Revelor does thank you at least for helping him and making sure that he didn't get killed on the road. It was really quite a harrowing experience, but nothing quite what I saw on Silverleaf. I don't want to bring the mood of the festivities down here, but I think it's important to let you know what is happening. I'm afraid with what's going on there.
Yes, that is actually part of what I would like to speak with you about. Yes, we are planning on making our way there. Later on this evening, we are going to discuss exactly what we're doing. But I did have some questions for you. You are a accomplished herbalist, are you not?
I do more of the speaking and talking with people, but I do quite a bit about herbs. Yes. I don't do the alchemy portions. I just do more of the scouting and finding and resource gathering and such as this.
Well, I do have some work here. If you would like to do some herbalism, if you do not have anything to do for yourself, I do need some things done here. If you are making your way, then never mind for the. But yes.
My friend, I understand. I am so far from my home. I don't think that I could really get there myself. And I didn't no interest in rejoining my people that I was working with because, well, suffice to say, they are not what I thought they were.
Yes.
So if you have work, I would be amenable to such. That would be fine.
Yes. I am. What do you know of mushrooms?
Not somewhat. The jungles and forests where I am from had many forms of fungus that would grow at various places, but I'm not sure exactly what I would have, but I can learn a bit, I'm sure.
Yes, and of course moss. I'm
yes,
gonna then start
sure
doing all sorts of.
Okay, so essentially, while you guys are talking, it was that Eldon completely usurps at least part of Revelor's time. So what about the rest of you? What are you?
I'll just say, if you want an interruption, just let me know and I'll come and divert one of you.
That would be nice. I do want to speak with you about what was happening. So at some point, when things settle down and maybe the little one runs out of steam.
Oh yeah, he does go to bed early, to be fair.
Must be getting
All
late.
right. So essentially, Riley will start asking you guys about what's going on, about everything else and so obviously Elia and hearing what's happening. You've been keeping Elia apprised of what's happening because you have your pretty much your at will sending you guys have. Mm-hmm. So she knows most of what's going on, at least. You keep her apprised of some of the more recent discoveries and events, and she's obviously surprised, shocked, and worried in varying degrees, of course. Riley will actually speak up and just impart a little thing there that's saying, well, I checked in our logs, and that wagon that came through from the west gate on the 13th, they left on the 14th. But we didn't check their wagon specifically, but I did keep an eye. There was kind of a, let's see. She actually does pull out a notebook, literally, and starts looking through it there, and things are written down. Let's see here. Okay. Wagon came through town on the 13th. Kind of a nondescript human driver. Not really anything. Just average looking, kind of scruffy beard, brown hair, browns and grays, simple clothing. The guy in the passenger side, heavy cloak, kind of kept a cowl. At least according to the log here. Didn't say anything. The driver did all the talking.
Was it a male and a
they-
female?
No, I think they're both male. It doesn't specify female
Right.
on either of this. So,
Okay.
they stayed up at the tree, and just what she means is, let's put you back on the map over here real quick here. Essentially, around this area around the tree over here is kind of being opened up as a place for wagons to park and people to stay. And
Which
so,
tree?
sorry, right.
Okay.
On the northwest part of the city there. So essentially, this kind of they're kind of like bringing wagons up here to kind of park around here. If they don't want to stay at the inns, they can stay with the wagon. And so they stayed with the wagon overnight. Not sure any more than that. It says here they got provisions the next day, and in the evening they headed out. Left out the north gate and headed up the log road. Yeah, that's about all I know here. So, only person that really had contact besides the guards there would have been Benzinger, at the general store. Weldon might know a little bit more from them. So if you want to talk to him, he might know a little bit more about what they were after, what they picked up provision wise and such.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Of course. But yeah, we're definitely going to make sure we start checking the wagon. We didn't check the wagons or anything else what was in the back, but it was one of the big like covered deals with the tarp over top, the roof on the back and everything.
Yeah. I mean, if them specific people come back, they should probably be arrested and questioned, because there's obviously they've got something to do with the artifact going missing from the temple. So,
Well, I mean, at least they're suspects.
Lisa, what?
At least be suspects.
Yeah, absolutely. I
Or-
thought you said they had suspects. Sorry.
What's the term? What's the term I read in the book there? Persons of interest. That's what. Yeah, that's the right.
Yeah.
Right. And so after that conversation there, Eldon and Reveler finally wind down talking herbs and such. And Reveler does ask to speak there and mentions that it's Silverleaf Village seems to be fairly small. Mostly gnomes that live there. Circular little huts and houses and such. But it seems to be a nice little place. At least it was until Okoa got there. So I mentioned before, I am part of, well, the wagon that I worked with. We're part of a larger group. They refer to themselves as the Order of the Green Vial. And, well, when we met you, we were, as I said, searching out interesting herbs and such, finding resources and scouting around to see what materials could be found in various places. And after we left you, we headed up north. We bypassed this place and headed north. Eventually meeting up at Silverleaf Village. When we got there, at first things seemed fine. I mean, the large wagon was there, Okoa's wagon, and a number of the snake folk were around the town and such, and the gnomes were around. But in a couple of days, I started to notice that many of them did seem to be drugged. They weren't behaving in a manner that seemed typical for people in their homes and with visitors there. They seemed subservient to the Yonti folk and to Okoa himself. And, well, after a time, there was some odd plants growing in the pond in the center there, and I started seeing snakes. A lot of snakes all over the village, all over the town. Didn't seem They seemed out of place in this region, especially. And what disturbed me the most was there were gnomes undergoing some sort of change. There were the subservient ones seemed to walk around in sort of a haze, almost like the emerald fog was being used on them. They were calm and not being very reactive to things, but then there were some that were more following orders and actively doing things that the Yonti were asking for. And these started to change. Their hair came out, their skin took on more scaly aspects. I don't know what was being done, but something was happening to them. And that's when I realized that I needed to go and tell someone. And knowing that you were here, I fled this direction. And
I'm very glad you did.
And then, of course, on the way, I ran into the black-coated man, the one I thought was Trevor at first, and I was excited to see someone that, well, I might be able to help. And I asked if you were around, and then I realized that when he shot me the first time, it wasn't him, and you weren't around, and so I fled as best I could, and led him on a chase for a few days. Took another shot to the shoulder, and managed to stay ahead of him. Luckily, I'm faster than he is, and I think then I found you. So I fear that whatever they're planning, whatever they're doing there, whatever they're going to do, it might revolve somewhere around the equinox or some other event in the spring.
Right, so imminent then.
So, you know the equinox is the last day of Growfest, which is in 11 days.
Great.
I don't know. I really have no idea what they're doing. I know that there's something being done to the town. I did catch sight that there was also, and kind of glances, one of Sora's kind there. Green dragonkin. There are some that live in my homeland area. They'd be there, but there was a green dragonkin among them. They seem to be fairly commanding, at least. Another alchemist, maybe. I'm not sure exactly what they were doing, but they seem to kind of oversee some of the planting and things. I'm not sure exactly what their duties were. It wasn't really clear. Kalea, the alchemist that with the wagon that I served, was off doing things for the most part, and well, there's Akoa himself. I stay away from him as much as I can. He's rather awful. Intimidating.
Oh, we need to put a stop to it, don't we? Whatever the hell it is.
Yes, that may be a thing sooner than later, as those are my people, and them being on the other side of the mountains is an interesting thing, as we do mostly like to stay in the mountains. So, it is, yes, we should do that quickly.
No, Eldon, you know that among the gnomish kind, there's the rock gnomes and the forest gnomes. There are other gnomish types out there, but yes, some do prefer more the hilly regions. Some do, so it kind of depends on the gnomish type and family, essentially. This is some sort of a village in sort of a wooded area for the most part, so you do know that region somewhat well. There are a lot of hills but there's a lot of trees and rivers and such up there as well.
Yes, so we should
only about 200 miles or so south. What was that? Southwest of where you're from. Actually, from the border across. Yeah, you're actually on the other side of the mountains there.
Yeah, I'm on the other. I'm on the far side.
Because you're over here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Over here. Yeah. Yes. Well, as I look down at my watch, as it is started to start ringing, I am going to retire. But yes, I shall speak with you in the morning.
I should sleep as well. I appreciate the accommodations, and if there's any questions, hopefully we can talk in the morning. And if there's any more information you would like to have, I'll be happy to provide.
Not too early to wake up tomorrow morning, please.
Yes.
Alden.
The alarm will go off at 5 o'clock in the morning, as usual.
Amethyst, I forget if you remember or not, but the blacksmith likes to hammer at like 3 o'clock in the morning and do her thing.
She won't be doing that
On the
tomorrow.
First strike is at 8 a.m.
8 a.m.
It's on the dot. Yeah, so
I'll
essentially
be
she acts kind
sleeping
of
in
as
the
the
roof tonight.
yes. Ellie just kind of nudges you.
We'll be fine. We'll make.
She kind of like reaches up and kind of like tugs your ears and kind of like stuffs her fingers in your ears a little bit there and kind of tickles it.
Maybe I'll purr a bit.
All right. So then, anything else for the evening as we take everyone kind of off to?
Just one thing. Sora probably
Yeah,
go down to the basement to fix some of her armor the best that she can. She beat it up pretty bit.
Sure. We'll send some folks down to there if we wish. So, as we now have the cavern areas down in there. Essentially, we'll just say there's not really a full-on armor. Actually, do you have the smithing tools and everything else in your area?
Yeah,
too?
I
do.
Yes.
Okay.
And
Okay.
just to let you know, I have alchemists, jewelers, runesmithing, smithing, thieves, tinkers, and wood carvers.
Okay, so I would say sort of the more arcane or magical sensitive things would be back in the back workshop there, where the front workshop's going to have like more of the smithing, leatherworking, like carpentry type things up in the front workshop.
Yeah.
So kind of divided the two there. So all the alchemy stuff and all the rune smithing stuff there's going to be in the back workshop. So Sora, you can definitely use the smithing tools and everything else that are all in here as well. Yeah, that's all fine there. Yeah. So you guys, Eldon retires for the night there. Sora, you did a little work on your armor. There's an Elia. Riley will go ahead off to her, head on home.
She can stay if she wants to, rather than leaving and she doesn't want to.
No, she's okay. She actually has not been drinking. Strangely, normally she would. She's not been drinking there. She is still wearing the guard outfit and everything. So she's. I'm gonna go check in at the gates, make sure everyone's okay, make sure everyone knows what's going on. Oh, by the way, just so you know, I did check in there. The captain and 2 other people stayed on the ship. The rest all took up rooms at the Fighting Unicorn. The rest of the crew, along with the big hairy guy, the kind of I guess he's the first mate.
I was under the impression they were all going to stay here.
No,
I don't know that we have rooms for them.
Yeah, there's about a dozen or so people total. There's about 10 or so on the crew total. So, so yeah, the most of the crew, Fighting Unicorn, the captain, the navigator, and Greta all stayed on the ship.
Okay.
Okay, so everyone kind of retires off to their rooms for the evening, and we kind of come to a close. So, if there's nothing else for the evening,
Yeah, I would show Seb, assuming no one's staying in the guest room connected to mine.
That's that was the plan there.
Yeah, I would show Seb to his room, and anything he needs, not to ask anyone, just to go get it and make, it's
Sure.
his home basically, essentially, as well, until he decides where he's going to go.
Okay, so we'll just kind of start funneling people into various rooms. He's willing to
And
go to
I
that
am
one.
stumbling to my room at this point, I'm sure, with or without Constitution.
Bunk. And we'll put everyone kind of where they're going to be for the evening. And I think, yeah, we'll just go ahead and just say that's the case. Okay. So as everything goes quiet and everyone kind of settles off to sleep in their own various time periods,
Can I click the long sleep button now?
essentially, yes, you can go ahead and long rest if you need to. If you've got spell slots you've expended or anything else, feel free to refresh all your cooldowns and everything that you have, whatever you've used. But in the middle of the night, at some point, Amethyst,
Yes, Jim.
Uh-oh.
you have a bit of a vision that feels very familiar. You see that darkened, sort of like floating, gentle, um, almost like being on a lake at night. And you see various bits of light as before. And what you think might be reflections of starlight in the water around you, you realize are little motes of flickering candles. You see one kind of directly in front of you, another one off to the right, a third one further off to the left. You can just sort of make out a number of candles flickering off in the distance. And as you watch, a similar view comes over you of you kind of moving closer to yours, and you see the familiar candle flames that you see before, all behaving the exact same way: the black flame, the blue, the green, the orange, all kind of dancing in their own way. Yours and Elia's kind of moving almost in sync at the moment, since you're close, since you're in close proximity at this point, and you kind of get the impression that this is happening now. And your vision sort of peels off a bit to the cluster on the right. And you recognize another kind of green flame. And as you kind of focus in on it a little bit there, you kind of, in your mind, can kind of see and hear, not like it's present, but you can get the image and a bit of like fragments of voice of conversation from Addie. And another reddish colored flame there with Mavel. And a crazy dancing multicolored flame that just sort of like is never stops moving. It's always flickering around going crazy there. And you only met him briefly, but you realize that's probably Ironar. It's
Yeah.
very chaotic base there. And another one that's a grayish flame that barely moves. You realize it's Perrin.
Mm-hmm.
The other three candles are dark, extinguished.
Oh.
No real way to tell. One of the candles is a bit sort of a glistening white. The full candle is, and there's a faint bit of smoke twisting up from that. The other two are long, cold, and no life at all in them. And as you watch, there's a weird sensation of almost of something happening. The candle starts to flicker and move in odd ways, and you realize it's almost like watching them in reverse. And the white candle, the smoke gets a little stronger until it flickers to life. And you see a black shadow retreat away from it. And it pauses there. So everything stops for a moment. And it's almost like watching something in reverse. Time stops. Everything goes still for a moment. And then everything starts moving in present. You see that you kind of turn and look, and from Wraith's candle, there is a shadow reaching out, moving across the space there, and it's black on black, so it's hard to see at first, but you can almost feel it and see it more than you can make it out there. But it moves across there, and you see it kind of move closer to Titus's candle.
Yeah.
It creeps up the side of the candle there, and the flame winks out. The smoke, however, trails back along with it as the shadow then retreats from it. The smoke from the candle, as it's extinguished there, is almost being drawn and trailed back to Wraith's candle. You see something similar from the other group of candles. You can just make out in the distance there. There's definitely distinct flames there. You don't have any idea what those are. But two of those candles you watch as shadows reach out, snuff one, and the smoke curls back toward Ray's candle, and then out to another one. It snuffs it, and the smoke curls back. And as you're lying there, all this imagery in your head there, seeing this happening, feeling like you're being pushed and pulled from the past to the present to everything else, that you see Wraith's candle split. The shadow of the candle splits into two. One starts to creep slowly in the direction of Addie's group again. And the other one is creeping across toward Elia's candle.
Oh my god.
And you wake up.
To Eldon knocking on your door. Amethyst? Knock. Amethyst, I have a quick project for the morning, and I would like to come into the room. And last time I just barged in, you were all naked, and I would like to assure that you are not naked.
Yes,
can I
we're
please
naked.
come into the room?
We're both naked. Goodbye.
I'm sorry, I did
Elia,
not hear that. What was that one more time?
go away, Eldon. We'll see you at breakfast. Go on.
Okay, I'll come back later.
Okay. And at that point, you see Elia's kind of looking at you like, "What happened? What's going on?" I don't know what was. You were kind of thrashing around there a little bit there, and making noises. What's happened?
Just a nightmare.
Not a good liar, Amethyst. I know.
No,
Okay.
it was another
Well,
dream about Wraith.
okay. Well, when you're ready, kind of rubs your shoulders a little bit there and kind of muscles the fur between your ears there. And when you're ready, tell me. But I'm not going to press you. Take the time you need. I'm going to get some food because I'm really hungry. You
Me
hungry?
too.
Good. Okay. Want me to bring something back?
I'll come down.
Okay. So she gets up and gets dressed there. Kind of throws on kind of a loose robe and belts it up there and everything else. And
I want to kick Eldon on the way past as well.
Yeah, I'd say as you're going, he's like carried like all of these like copper wires, and he's got like electrical coils like ready to install in the ceiling because you're smack dab right above you, and he has like this electrical drill like ready to drill through this roof, and all this other stuff.
Ellie just sort of like shakes her head at you as she walks by, and heads down the back stairs over here toward where the kitchen is.
Oh, your room is empty? Okay, I will continue with what I was doing. Thank you.
Whatever it is, we can take it apart and fix it, I'm sure.
I'd be
So
waking up at this point too.
Can I take Eldon
So, yeah.
apart and fix him?
I don't
No.
think so. So Elia is obviously, as you tell her over breakfast there and kind of working out there. At some point, you guys, whoever comes in, Elia and Amethyst will be at the probably dining room table eating some breakfast, drinking whatever drinks, morning drinks there. Um, you, you can't stand it, but she loves tea. So sorry, she's a druid. Druids like tea.
Disgusting.
I know. One strike against her, I know. But okay. Yeah, so by the time you get there, essentially if you want to mix it up there, there's stuff there. By the time people are moving around, they're making noise there, Reese will get up there and just say, I'll make some breakfast um and so basically bacon, eggs, whatever. Reese starts whipping up things there and kind of to order as people ask for it, essentially. So he has some biscuits and whatever, and so he starts whipping up a pretty decent sized breakfast there for whoever comes and goes, and just kind of keeps some things that'll keep on the counter there, people to grab, and then as needed, he'll make more food as people want it. And so we can cut to morning, and who wants to do what?
I want to go back to bed and cry.
Your room is kind of a mess right now. I'm sorry. I'm drilling holes in the ceiling.
I'm gonna kill him.
Remember, there was an attic above Amethyst's room, so
Yes,
That's
I'm going
where
through
he
the
is.
attic as well.
That's
are you
where
in
he
the
is.
attic or in the room there? Okay.
Well, now I've made my way to the attic.
Okay.
You know the
Wasn't-
stairs, don't you?
Yeah. So the stairs right here go up to the attic essentially, and the attic is pretty much it's kind of the center portion of the house, kind of the long narrow portion in the middle there. And it's not super high ceilings, about maybe okay. All right. So about maybe 5.5 feet tall at the peak, and kind of sloping down to about 3.5 feet tall at the edges. There. So really, but then yeah, there's a big scattering of just like pillows and like cloths hanging from the ceiling and everything else, and hopefully Eldon, go ahead and give me a proficiency check there with your tools to see how much of a
Yes.
mess you make.
Okay.
You
let me
better
do that
sweep
again.
it all up after as
A
well.
big one.
There will not be a mess left in my
If he
room.
rolls low enough, it'll be a big mess. Otherwise, he'll do a pretty good job. So we'll see how
all
well
right.
he
What do
does.
you want me to roll with this?
Any one of your tinkering tools or whatever. So yeah, just
It's just proficiency bonus.
well, it's proficiency and yeah, and whatever stat makes sense for what you're trying to do.
Okay.
If it's a physical task, more like dexterity. If it's more just like planning things out and making it work, it'd be more intelligence. So
Yeah, let's go with dexterity because I am drilling holes for wires.
Okay. Sure.
So dex check, and then +3, so 17.
Okay, so you do a pretty good job. I mean, there's obviously going to be some sawdust, but you don't knock anything over. You don't tear anything off of the walls. You don't make a big mess of things. So after a little bit of prestidigitation and/or just sweeping up,
Yeah, definitely
your cleaning
prestidigitation.
rod there. Yeah, you're
Right.
able to kind of keep it from being too much of a mess.
And
so you
then-
do your thing there. Yeah.
After a while, then there are wires going down through because directly below her room is like the kitchen. So then it would be going through the kitchen into the basement. So after a little while, running along the side of the wall, Eldon comes floating from the stairs and is floating down through the ceiling as you hear a zzz.
And their house blows up.
As the yes, this will help produce more power. I am going to be able to harness some electrical energy the next time there is a storm. I am preparing to have. He's going to go in like this giant thing as he's like floating on the ceiling.
Sebastian actually will sort of like pipe up there. You are planning on insulating those wires, right? I mean, if you just let power run through them, it's going to catch the whole place on fire.
Yeah, of course. That was phase 2 of the project.
You're shielding after phase 1. I mean, that's kind of the reverse thing. You want to shield first, then install, right? I mean, safety first, right?
I will say, Seb, I think you should go assist him, and I think that's kind of Eldon's intention anyway. Maybe you should talk. And I will say, Eldon, for the love of all gods and holy, please keep it down. Some of us are quite hungover and don't get up nearly as early as you.
Yes, I have in fact been up for several hours now. This morning, I was also working on a. I took some ideas from your gun, actually, and I am working on another weapon. Should be most interesting. Definitely going to be more molten fire based, as in the element, for sure. It should be very interesting thing. I did do some quick mock things this morning. It's been very productive this morning. How is
I'm
everyone
very
doing?
sure.
Does anybody have the silence spell?
I mean, I have a gun. I mean, it's no, I don't.
Leave the gun away. Thank
No,
you,
I would never
Trevor.
even
We've
threaten
talked
Eldon.
about this.
No, I don't say that actually. I wouldn't. Yeah,
All right.
not with Eldon.
So Sebastian will go and like kind of start assisting Eldon, at least with making sure things don't get done in a way that's going to burn things down. He does
Yes.
also since Eldon didn't do this, he does go and check the weather to make sure it's not actually storming outside when he's doing this. And the skies are clear for the moment, at least. A little bit, some clouds in the sky, but they don't look like storm clouds at least yet. So we'll want to make sure this is done before any kind of storms roll in here, because if you have this half done, it can cause a serious problem.
Yes.
I assume you
Yes.
have
Of
sort of a
course.
collection device on the roof there using weather vanes. Are you using some kind of a?
Yes.
Okay, good.
I
And so
have both weather vanes and copper coils. They are Tesla coils. It's a fascinating thing from this actually human. Yes, yeah, he invented quite a couple of years ago. I did read this one time. Like he's just gonna start a
okay,
stream of
let's see. He
consciousness.
just and he kind of the opposite. He kind of just goes into just nod, right, and just like it's like just working and not saying a word really, other than just like just nodding at the actual opposite of Eldon, like in terms of working. So, um, okay, what else do we have from folks here?
I want to talk to Brevalo
Okay,
about the Naga.
okay. And getting clarification from him, you'll find out that um, uh, that Okoa isn't a Naga. He actually is. Well, when he describes it, you might have heard stories and else that of the Yonti abominations. They're the large snake body with the snake heads, but human arms, like massive, thick arms, and everything else. So the actual, like the kind of the most powerful of the Yonti. They sort of have the so in terms of the Naga, which is it's just a snake with a human head, period. And they can do all different variations of those. He does know what you're speaking of, though. But there, it is said that there are some that do live in the jungles and such, but they don't tend to congregate along with the Yonti. For some reason, they don't get along very well. I don't know for the different kinds of snakes or what. But it's hard to say. Yeah, I slipped the accents there a little bit, but yeah. Too
Does
many
he
this
know?
session.
Does he
Yeah.
know what they can do? Have they got spellcasters? Are they fighters?
I think as far as I know, Akoa, I believe is a spellcaster of some kind. I don't know to what degree. I haven't spent much time with him. I've just seen sort of his presence and commanding and such. I believe that also uh, the the dragonkin with them, the green one that's with them, is also a spellcaster of some kind. I don't know to what skill level they are, but that's um, names escapes me for the moment here. I'm looking up real fast. Riscaris is the dragonkin, and Akoa is the leader as such. Um, there were others around, but I don't know. I didn't know them personally or spend time with them for the most part. I stayed on my own. Um, uh, so
There are also some of my kind that are with them as well. I'm not the only elf that has worked with them. But I do know that I am. I was the only one seem to object to what they were doing. I was afraid to bring up my objections of any kind because they're not really the type to mm, uh, brook any kind of questioning of their orders.
What about the mounts they had? Ones pulling the wagons. Are they
The two ours
dangerous?
over there, they had four more pulling Koa's wagon. It's a massive wagon. It's twice the size of ours, and they use four of the elk to pull that one. As far as I know, that's all there were there. There may have been some other smaller conveyances coming and going, but I didn't see their presence when I was there, at least. I know we aren't the only smaller wagon that's traveling the regions there, but there was only ours there and Dakoa's wagon.
So how many are in the village total? If we were to go there,
You mean the gnomes or the Yonti, the order?
the ones that are likely to fight.
Oh, well, at least a dozen or so. I'm not sure how many are coming and going. At least a dozen Yonti, maybe 4 or 5 of elves, and well, I don't know how many of the gnomes are being changed. They likely would fall. I saw at least about a half dozen of those. There could be more. I don't know how fast the process takes or what is all involved. So, um, but whatever's going on, I'm sure it's not good. I think there's one more piece of information. Yes, that's what he knows.
Did the ones being changed seem to be forced to being changed, or do they seem to be
I can't
expecting
really
it?
tell. I think most of the ones that are most of the ones that I saw were either in a sort of a drugged haze and just going about various tasks, or these ones. So um, I suppose the ones that are under the effects of potentially the emerald fog would be easily controlled and could be have this other process done to them. Um, or I'm not sure if it's an alchemical process or if it's an arcane process. I really don't know what brings about that sort of change. I've never seen it before.
Does Lucas have any idea?
Give me a history check there. This would be kind of an obscure one though, so really high DC. Yeah, it's
Inspiration.
yeah.
Sorry. Do you have that?
Yes, if you want to, you do an inspiration if you want to use it.
I don't know if that's worth it or not, but I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Go on, I will do.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm not actually there. Actually, I am. I would be around there, but I wouldn't be able to say.
Wow, it went lower.
Whoa!
That's
Fucking
amazing.
rip, my guy. Good God.
So it went
2
from
ones. Oh dear.
yes.
Oh,
Wow.
man.
So yeah, it's
Good
just
job.
not a clue. I mean, it's one of those things like people being changed into snake-like things. I've never heard of that. I mean, it's absolutely kind of it sounds like like if the guy hadn't seen it with his own eyes, you wouldn't have believed it. Like there's no way this kind of thing happens. Okay. Sora.
Yes.
I'm going to go ahead and respond to that sending.
Okay.
Um, Sora.
I mean, if you can.
Yeah. Good to hear your voice.
And I'm not going to try to do I don't have a voice for this guy in my head yet, so it's good to hear your voice as well. Things are difficult. Family is in jeopardy. Can't really go into details. I am fine.
Okay. I can't send another message because the stone only works once.
Right. But you have at least that reply there. He didn't sound, I mean, obviously you don't get a lot of emotion through ascending for the most part. And you can't really get facial expressions or see what they look like anything else there, but it definitely sounded like him. As far as you know. All right. So, conversation about what's going on there. Um, uh, Anything else people are doing inside the house here, or are we
Um,
moving on to other stuff?
After spending like the whole morning with Seb, I would end up taking Seb down to the workshop and showing the Mizium mortar that I'm in the process of building.
It's a little. It's definitely over his head. He's kind of like he, you can tell just from like working with him. He's intelligent, but not as educated. Let's just say he has more practical knowledge and he picks up the concepts of what you're talking about, but he has no clue of the technology or the chemicals or the alloys you're working with. He starts to pick up at least a little bit of what you're doing, but is kind of like that is an ambitious and kind of crazy project, but
Yeah.
you sure this room's reinforced enough in case there's an explosion of any kind?
Yes, so I actually was thinking about that, and I'm not quite sure I have reinforced it quite enough yet, which is why I have not put it all together. I am most certainly concerned for the combustion, the potential for explosion. I could blow up another building. It is true.
Well, I mean, you could always inlay some steel cross beams above there, maybe in the walls, to kind of make sure you kind of bolt things in there that'll at least keep things from shifting too much of the foundation above you or bringing down the wall next to you or anything else. And so he kind of like gets into more practical construction techniques because he grew up on a ranch building barns and such like that. And so, um,
How
so he'll definitely
interesting.
yeah.
So,
So he knows how to make things strong so they don't fall over in a windstorm.
yes, concerning, do you have, where are you planning on going after this?
Well, I mean, if you're look, I realize, I mean, I couldn't take down one uh, person from this group. This Brevalor person. Um, I couldn't take down him. I don't think I can be much use against a whole village full of people like that. So, um, I mean, I don't want to get in your way. I don't want to slow you down. I don't want to be something that distracts Trevor from what needs to be done. So I'm thinking I might, and this is all happening down in the workshop there.
I would definitely be. I'm not just saying that because I would definitely be
Oh.
down there with them, obviously.
Okay. I'm just seeing the conversation between you and Amethyst happening there, so I'm assuming you're talking.
Oh
about
yeah, no, that's right.
Yeah,
we were talking in character,
yeah.
yeah. My bad. No, go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So I mean, you would try to check in and anything else that. So,
Yeah, of course.
I mean,
But no, I didn't hear that.
So
No, it's fine.
he probably might not. He probably wouldn't say that if you were here.
No,
So
definitely not.
since you're not there, he's like, yeah,
together,
I don't want to be a distraction or get in his way or I mean, I know if I'm there and I'm in danger, he might do something foolish or, I mean, I know he's had a lot of interesting times in the military since he left home. So I think that a little bit I've heard here and there. He doesn't tell me a whole lot, but got a few messages here and there, and I can kind of see he's got a lot going on.
Yes, he does not give a lot of details concerning his time in the forces. But what I can say is he is quite proficient with the weapons that he has come to love. Yes? But what I was saying was I actually have quite a bit of minor projects that I just don't quite have the time for. I would be willing to provide financial support if you would be willing to take on some of these projects that I cannot. Yes, like reinforcing this basement. I just quite don't have the time. Holy.
Well,
And
he kind of glances around the workshop and the tools and everything else. That like, I can do that. I can help. I think me doing this might help my brother in a way too, and I think I can see how this goes. Um, yeah, I can work here. You
yes,
give me a list of things you need done, and I'll make it happen, or at least make progress on things as much as I can while you're away.
perfect. Also, later on this morning, as in here in the next few moments, I am going to go and get the 2 animated armors and the iron automaton. And yes, so I need someone to do some minor work. I am also in contact. I have a second cousin twice removed on my mother's side, a Mr. Nimbus, who is a Manitech Nishan, and he runs a small shop. And I am planning on asking for his assistance in doing that. So he may also have things for you. Yes.
Uh, well, I think that's a fine set of things to work out here. And so, as the conversation happens over here, there will be a knock at the door. Iris will let someone in there, and it's actually you will discover ushered into the house will be Welby, the mayor's assistant, the halfling mayor's assistant, the mayor. Um, and he kind of looking around, looking up at the place there, kind of like taking it all. And he's been in here once before, I believe, delivering a message before here. And I believe so essentially Iris will go get Sora or whoever else is close by. And Trevor, you having a conversation in the dining room. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd
So,
be in the
okay.
dining room too,
Yeah,
but like not paying attention.
I'd also be checking my bag, noticing Kodo and Poto are still not in there because they're definitely gonna. Because you got to remember, Seb is the one who and so like they're in there.
Yeah, they're pretty running around doing whatever they do in the house when they're home. So, at some point, I also come into the dining room there. Whoever happens to be there. The mayor's assistant's here to speak with you. Should I have him come here, or you want me to meet him in the front?
With the way Eldon is doing crazy things at the time, I think it'll probably be safer if we meet him out front.
Okay. So actually, he's in the foyer. So you guys can kind of meet back here in the foyer. Whoever wants to move themselves to that room there, Welby will be kind of. You're gonna be standing by the front door, kind of looking around all the place there, and you did quite a good job with this place here. It's good to see people in here and things are being. Hello everyone. The mayor would like to speak with you at some point since you're home here. Seeing as there've been a lot of changes and things happening, and he would like to just apprise you of the situation and find out what's going on. Having an airship parked in the south of the city is an extremely um, a fairly rare occurrence. So I know he's very excited about that, and so yeah, whenever you're ready, he'd like to meet you at the town hall and speak with you there. And with that, he just sort of like nods and smiles at everyone here and heads out the door. Heads on back there. Whenever you're ready. And so you have some time to okay. You have time to kind of get things prepped there, and get decide when you're head on over. We'll call this probably late morning at this point, probably pushing noon around this point.
I'm going for second breakfast as a halfling right now with more eggs and sausage and bacon and everything.
Yeah, there's the kitchen is very, very well stocked. You guys, they had a little notice that you were coming in, so they got a little more food than they would normally keep on hand. So you're able to do all of that.
Lucas will head towards the church.
Okay. So anyone else heading over to the church as well?
If anyone lets Eldon know, because otherwise I'm stuck in my shop.
I'm
I will
sure
go
somebody
to,
will yell at him.
I will go too, but there is something else I want to do after.
Okay. So Lucas, Amethyst, Sora, Eldon, I assume Trevor maybe as well. I mean,
Oh yeah.
over to the church first. Okay. So the group, you go to the church first. When you get there, and Elliot as well. Okay, yeah. So she's. We're gonna. I'll assume at this point, unless you say otherwise, she'll be sticking along with you for the for.
She's not going out of my sight.
Okay. Right. Lucas, you being the highest passive insight there, you definitely catch there. I mean, obviously, Ellie and Amethyst are kind of joined to the hip whenever they're in town anyway, but there's definitely a more anxious, fearful side of Amethyst right now. Like she keeps glancing at Elia, not so much in just kind of the adoration kind of way you expect kind of girlfriends to do, but more like being a bit worried. Definitely pick up on
A
that.
bit worried.
Yeah, just a little bit. I don't know why.
Amethyst is shitting herself, actually, Lucas.
Okay. So yeah, you're able to head over to the church there when you get there. I just want to read something fast here.
And feel free not to like reply to all this right now if you don't want to. That's absolutely 100% fine.
That'll
definitely
entail a conversation there.
Yep,
So yes,
definitely.
Right. So as you approach the church there, you see that not only Strava is there, but another acolyte of some kind, maybe a low level cleric, is there as well in kind of the dark gray and black vestments, more like actually priestly type robes. Strava is just dressed in a black dress. Very Morticia Adams looking kind of thing. A long black dress there, lace around the neck and the cuffs, kind of lace around various bits of lace here and there around the skirt, around the hem of the dress as well. And they're discussing quietly and once you approach there. Oh, good, you're here. I appreciate. I assumed you would be here at some point to continue your search. Are you sure that you want to uncover this thing? Okay, I can assist if you wish. You want to go to the you mentioned the stone here. I'm able to do what needs to be done with the stones.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. As you guys all move around there into the tower section, I'm gonna put you back over onto the. As you move back over to the tower, into the square tower section south of the temple there, you find that you kind of point out that dark colored stone there. I always wondered why that was like that. It seems to be, well, maybe an older piece of the shrine of some kind. Um, never really know exactly why it was there. But I will, and so she casts stone shape. And without getting into the specifics of the spell here, essentially it's going to move things around a little bit there. And she does sort of take that center stone and kind of squish it and move it. And it's almost like molding clay as the stone kind of like gets molded, kind of morphs in shape. and it sort of lifts and pushes up out of the way. And is there anything that anyone's doing while she's casting this? Sort of, essentially, you're in a square room. One thing she did do is that you notice that the room has been cleared of the cots and so other than the one cabinet where the first aid equipment is being stored, the cots and anything else have been moved out of this room. So it's mostly bare at this point. So
Let's
you're
make
able to
sure make sure the doors are locked behind us before
Okay.
we start, and then
Okay.
make sure there's no one around.
I'd be keeping an active eye out to make sure that there's nobody like spying through windows or anything.
Okay. The only person, sorry, the only person who's sort of spying is you will spot her son. Is kind of standing out in the backside there, not like looking in the windows, but just sort of like watching the building, just sort of like just kind of like standing out there, just keeping an eye on the place. The acolyte that was there as well, she'll be sort of out moving among the stones out there, just sort of like performing some sort of blessings or rituals. You're not sure exactly what it was, but just sort of like moving among the gravestones, saying some sort of prayers. But that's all you see in terms of like paying attention to the place. So the rest of you are all in there. The stone lifts out, and below it you see something dark and metallic, like a plate or some sort of just a like brushed darkened steel just plate that's underneath that stone.
Can we move it?
Okay. You
Am
she
I,
steps up
am
to
I,
the side
am I
there.
getting am I getting a sense of like any magic coming from?
I was just going to say that.
Yeah, so those of you who have Lucas, Amethyst, and Eldon, go ahead and give me Arcana checks.
Guidance.
Sure. Okay. Oof.
Ooh.
Oh, a 2 that
Oh,
time, and it rolled
jeez.
straight off a 20.
Okay, well,
Right.
so Lucas, you can feel that there's some presence of magic of some kind, but not really any more details about that. Amethyst, you're just kind of as you're distracted and you sort of keep glancing back at Elia, keep looking down, glancing around there. You don't sense any magic specifically, but there's definitely, I mean, you spot the thing inside there. Eldon, there is absolutely some sort of magical aura. There is some sort of power, and there's essentially three different things happening here. First, there are, well, you can't see them, but more feel them, that there are some sort of runic sigils of some kind, kind of floating on the surface of that metal plate. Second, there is absolutely necromancy associated with this. I'm not sure exactly what degree or where it's coming from, what's happening there, but there's some sort of necromancy magic happening there. And third, that actually the third one that's you're going to get there. So some sort of probably magical protection, those runic things over the top of there, and some form of necromancy that you can see for sure. You have a feeling looking at it that it's probably a box of some kind or something that's there. What do you want to do?
I'm just readying my weapon and my shield
Yep.
because y'all are
Absolutely.
scaring me.
Okay.
I will reach out with my Manatech gauntlet and attempt to lift out the box with Mage Hand.
Okay.
I was going to suggest.
Okay, so you go to move it, and essentially, as soon as you go to try to do anything with magic there, it just sort of fizzles out. Like it's like it won't move, it won't there. You also realize that it's not quite like the stone was just sitting on top of it, but the box is a little bit larger than the opening. Like so it's so essentially the stone's about yay big. You see the steel plate there. It's probably the box is probably larger than that stone itself. If
Um,
you
excuse me, head mistress, priestess. I'm not exactly sure what to refer to you as.
You can call
Yes,
me Stravadir. It's fine. I can help. So you
yes,
kind of
of
glance
course.
down. Ah, something there. And so she just kind of uses the stone shape. They're still active there. It does last for a little while. And she sort of pushes the stone back a little bit to either side until you see the actually edges of the box. And the box itself is about probably a foot, a square box about a foot on each side. And she essentially pushes out a little bit further. The stone kind of melds away a little bit there, and then she reaches down, and the stone sort of pushes the box upward. So now the box sort of gets pushed up out of the hole she's made. So the stone kind of like goes down around it and up and pushes the box up.
Oh, this is like arc of the whole, you saw in
Um,
Indiana Jones when everyone's faces were melting. That's what this box is. Uh,
and so there's no real mark. It's sort of a just a darkened steel box about a cubic box about a foot on each side. But yay. So yeah. Um, and I mean, it doesn't take a whole lot there. It's the size of a skull, roughly.
Eldon
There,
feels sick to his
um,
stomach.
as it pushes up in there, you can just see sort of the faint sigils, magical sigils on the box. Not quite like etched into the box, just sort of floating, almost like it's kind of like moving over top of the box. And as it's all there, it's kind of on all sides of it. What you want to do?
I'm going to pick the box up.
Okay,
Mm-mm.
great. Um, well, let's go
That
ahead.
has all kinds of nope rope written all over.
I'm going to attempt to put it in my bag of holding.
Okay, Eldon, the second you touch it, give me a dexterity save.
I said it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Sora, I'm gonna you didn't say it before, but I'm gonna go ahead and do this anyway. You activate your divine sense.
Well, yeah, weapons ready.
Okay,
That would have probably gone up too.
sure. So you do sense, of course, the presence of like just the celestial presence of being inside of a temple. No like active like celestial beings here, but just that energy, that feeling there. However, you also feel a sense of undead, and Eldon, you will take. Sorry, that's not what I wanted. Never mind that. I'm going to take 16 points of necrotic damage as a
Oof.
black swirl of what looks like ash or smoke or
If
something just whips around the box and blasts Eldon back a little bit, just hits him.
can I
And
Oh, I'm sorry. Can I
oh,
attempt to add 4 to that? Would that help?
no,
I added 4? No.
no,
Okay.
no,
I'm gonna go ahead and use it anyway. Arcane deflection
sure. Yeah,
to
it's
try
fine.
and save myself. But
Sure. Um, so yeah, roll your d4. Uh, essentially, you get kind of pushed back against the wall, and you don't take any more damage. It's not hard enough to like throw you back into the wall. You just got like shoved back until you bump against the wall there, and there's this blackened, like, like, like almost like a something slammed into you. Just this blackened smudge on your chest. As you all see Sora, you see a swirling mass of smoke and ash out from around the box, out from under the box, and takes form. And it is definitely an undead presence.
As soon as I see the black, smoky ash type stuff, I will pull Alia out of the way.
Okay, so you kind of duck out of the room real fast there. Um, so Eldon, you that was your action there. Lucas,
Yeah.
what are you doing?
And my reaction. That was my action and reaction.
Sure, yeah. Seeing all this happen. And Trevor, I'll ask you the same way. What are you going to do as well?
Okay. I would just.
Yeah.
I would be looking at Eldon and then just being very cautious, like, pistol at the hip, ready to go. But like,
Okay.
yeah.
So you pull out your weapon there, kind of pointing at.
It's not point. My hand's there, like it's
Sure.
ready to come out. You know what I
Okay.
mean? Like
Right. So you're kind of ready to draw.
Yeah.
If
Imagine like gunslinger, duel at high noon.
Did I do an action?
No, not yet.
Okay, I'll wait till after Lucas.
So essentially, this happens. So Eldon's action. This happened in response. Amethyst and Elia back out. Trevor reaches for his gun, doesn't actually pull it or anything else. Get there, kind of ready to do if need to. So Sora, what are you doing?
With my shield hand, I'm going to do protection from evil and good on Elliot.
Okay, so you reach out there. Okay, excellent. All right, and then Lucas. That's the last one there. So
Did this seem to come from the runes on the box, or did it?
Give me an Arcana check. See if you can recognize what happened there. Okay. The ash and stuff came out from under the box and swirled around it there. There was a flare of the runes on the box itself, almost like it activated something. And as you watch, this swirling ash of cloud forms into a somewhat humanoid shape, broad shoulders, a strange like head, and two again, it's like black ash. And these two sort of like gaping areas where eyes would be in this sort of like head and form there as it moves into place there. So you kind of watch that happen and everything else. Strava immediately just pulls up the holy symbol there and so she turns undead. Just immediately just kind of does that. Let me take a quick roll here. Yeah. As you watch this thing sort of like, and it just sort of like turns in her direction and then starts to back away from her. It's not blown apart or anything else like that, but it just backs away, and then it stops for a moment there. It all happens all at one time here. We'll run back around. What's next actions from everybody? Who wants to do what? Eldon, you've recovered enough to be able to do something if you want to do something. But the thing sort of like whatever, seeing her presence there sort of pulls away, backs away from her. Doesn't leave, doesn't get dispersed, but it's just there.
Okay. Floating shadow demon in front of us, right? Or shadowy?
More like undead.
Undead, okay.
And Sora, yes, your divine sense registers undead.
Well, shoot.
Religion. If anyone is trained in religion, give me a religion check there. If you want to.
You would think that the paladin would have chosen religion, but she did not.
That was more of a curiosity thing. I'm not really trained in it, but
Eldon, this might, and Amethyst.
There you go.
Do you think this might be something called an ash wraith? It's similar to a wraith, but made of ash.
Okay.
So instead of being just undead, sort of a shadow, like living shadow, this is more like undead, living, or sorry, undead, unliving ash.
Okay. I'm going to hold up my gauntlet, and then my like a couple of barrels will like shoot out and join together as I cast Rhymes Binding Ice to try and freeze the thing in place.
DC 17.
Where it is. So uh it would be hindered in ice until another creature can break away the ice. A creature hindered by this ice has a speed of 0, and takes cold damage.
Save real quick. That's a deck save? Constitution save. Okay, cool. Don't mind this. Okay. It takes half damage on the save.
On the save and isn't hindered.
Okay. So, for what two things, it does take some damage there. You kind of see the icicles form into the in some of the ash particles and everything else that make up its form. However, you can see it just sort of like moves through it. It's incorporeal, so it wouldn't be. It can move through solid objects.
Yep. I thought.
So it wouldn't be bound by ice either. So you realize that as it's moving there, it took some damage, but it definitely was able to move through it there. So next, so Amethyst, you're back in the kind of outside the room there with Elia.
I mean, I would be blasting at this point, thinking just
shoot it.
try. Oh yeah, 100%.
Go ahead and shoot and roll your.
Since I don't have my gun out yet, can I pull out my rifle?
Yeah, if you want to.
Yeah, definitely.
We're about to wrap up here, so.
Another nat 20, guys. This is insane.
Good.
That's going to be crit damage.
I hate you.
I'm sorry.
You're not even sorry.
I'll say that. I did 19.
Oh, it said B. Okay, well that.
That's the damage that came. That's weird. Damage came first. That's
Yeah,
weird.
I rolled that
Okay.
first before I did the damage.
Oh.
But yeah, I don't know if the crit count for that.
All right. So let's go ahead and see.
I was gonna say no. It's definitely a nat 20. I promise. I watched it.
Yeah.
I'm so excited.
I don't really hate you, by the way.
No, I'm sorry. I feel bad for you though. I know it sucks getting that once, but at least you didn't get them in like combat or anything.
All right. So yeah. So what is it? The bullet kind of tears into this thing, and just kind of, and you see kind of the ash and everything swirl around it as sort of that as a bullet kind of goes through there. Obviously, it's not a magical bullet, even though it's fired by a magical effect. So this thing doesn't take full damage. So,
absolutely.
But with the crit there, it does sort of the ash sort of parts almost like it's kind of like shooting it's a little sonic boom kind of effect through it as it kind of hits the wall behind it.
And I mean, assuming I
it
know
just sort of swirls around it.
Right, and I know we're getting ready to wrap up, but I would shoot it a total of 4 times.
Sure,
100%.
Okay,
so oh crap, ignore that, or don't. Okay. Actually, I don't. Yeah, I don't know if it's doing it right or not.
That looks better. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, that's fine. And then I'm gonna blow my action surge.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shoot 2 more times.
And I know this isn't like very effective, but it's doing something. So.
Yeah, and essentially each bullet kind of tears into it, kind of, and it kind of the bullets are hitting the wall, the stone wall behind it, just chipping things out of it a little bit there. Weird. Why is it doing different colors in this screen? It's so bizarre.
Yeah, I haven't done anything different, so I don't know.
Yeah, it's like there's a pink bar across some of the attacks and not on some others. It's weird. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, all 4 shots just pound through it there. Was that? Yes.
Yeah, that's all.
And it kind of tears through there. And
just give him a little wink.
Right. And Sora, what were you doing there? You starting to say something there, or Amethyst?
Yeah, I'm just going to hit it as hard as I can, and then throw a divine smite into it regardless.
Okay, let's go ahead and swing that attack. Okay, and I would say this, since we are running low on, since we are going to be wrapping up here, I want to say that the hammer comes in, essentially the glowing hammer there, lightning crackles through the thing, absolutely. The divine energy kind of pulses through it there. And what's interesting, however, is that the radiant damage that goes through it there normally would just do a lot to undead. And it doesn't seem to recoil as much from the radiant damage as you would expect. And this thing sort of as it's getting kind of torn apart and smashed and flashes of energy are hitting it there, it finally just and 1 second here, Lucas, you realize the language it's speaking in is celestial. And it's finally just, don't touch the leave it where it is. I put it here. I guard it forever.
Yeah, I'd be hearing that too as well.
Celestial?
Mm-hmm. For some reason, it's right there. I
I don't see it. Okay.
It's
We changed
online.
it to, I thought we changed it to giant. I wasn't
No,
sure.
Giant's already on there, so I took
Okay.
off the one. You took off. No.
Yeah.
Maybe I don't know. But that's
Okay.
yeah. So maybe I didn't hear it, but
Okay.
maybe not.
Yeah.
'Cause
So
it's
Lucas,
not
you
really-
definitely yeah. So you hear that voice there, and
I will say this creature's guarding the box. I think it might be best if we leave it here.
Okay. And it's sort of just, and you see, other than the initial hit on Eldon, it hasn't attacked you specifically. It hasn't really got a chance at this point there, but it is sort of like, you can see its form is kind of ragged and torn apart there, and it's actually, while undead, not quite what it appears to be initially. And with that, with the box revealed, the guardian standing over it, and the group of you deciding what to do with this, we're going to call it there today.
Gosh.
Good lord.
No.
It's either undead or it's not. Sora's either going to kill it or she's not.
These things are super fun. These were in the Elney. These are the same things that were in the Stride campaign, right? Oh, sorry.
No, there is. Just to say, to wrap up here, again, if you're out there watching, hop in our Discord server, check out DM&D chat next Thursday with and some of our other great, amazing, wonderful DMs and campaigns running here. There may be some open slots in a campaign still. Is that true? So our Monday game does have some open slots. So if you're looking for a game out there, hop in the Discord server, check the DM campaigns channel, and hop in there to join a campaign, or at least check in with the DM. And who happens to be our Sora, Nans over here, is running that Monday game. So check in with them and see if you're up for the game. But other than that, thank you very much for being here. Thank you guys for playing, and we'll see you next Saturday.